Hey, champions, setting my levels. I'll try to minimize the messing around with the technology today, if I can. Alright, let me know if anything's wrong with the audio. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, so who's here? Rob. How you going, Rob? Trav, how you going? Victor, good to see you, man. Aloha. We have a Matthew Welch. We have a Psionic Audio. How you going, legend? And we have a Wes. We've got the usual scumbags. How the hell are yous? Hope it's looking alright. I got a new lens. This is the Olympus 18 mil. No, 18 mil? What is it again? 17 mil. I got it on manual. Let's go on auto. This one actually focuses not too poorly. I think that the main issue with my other 20 mil is just the lens. It's just a shitty focusing lens. So like half the job's the camera to focus, the other half's the lens, and I think the lens is the one letting the team down. I'm just being a Panasonic apologist, but you know, that's why you love me. I've got my favorite neon sign in the background there, which is blurred out enough that I won't get censored unless I step away. I love that sign. Whenever I'm doing focus, whenever I'm doing circuit board layout or something very intensive, I put that sign on so Michelle doesn't talk to me. So I usually do that stuff at home. Morning, Mum. Morning, Dad. You're up early. G'day, Richard Morgan. Things are going good, mate. Yeah, nothing much to tell. Done a lot of guitar work over the last couple of weeks, and now I'm catching up on the amps, so it's time to do some electronics, which is automatically more conducive to video work because I'm not moving around so much. You seem pixelated here. What bitrate? What video quality have you got set, Lyle? Let me have a look at my phone. I'll just have a quick look. Oh, it's almost dead. Yay. So organized. Your channel. Greetings from... Oh, how you going, Jerry? Greetings from Las Vegas, home of the $5,000 F1 ticket. Disclaimer, all tickets are obstructed view. What? It's like Fire Festival. Alright, shut up, phone. I don't want to hear you. Quality. Advanced. 1080p. Yeah, looks alright. About as good as we can expect at 15 megabits per second. Audio delay. Probably. You'll live with it, won't you? I'll just do a quick recording. 1, 2, 3. Let's have a listen to that. One, two, three. Nah, it's bang on, Jerry. You're talking out your ass, mate. It's bang on. Reset your browser, champ. It's the old Las Vegas internet. You need some moisture in those lines. Boy, it's hot. How hot is it, Alan? Is it fucking hot? Is it fuck off hot? There it is. Better? I didn't change anything, bro. Problems at your end, dude. Right, I'll put the phone on charge in case I need that for something. And I'll put it on silent. It already is. Phone's been pretty much living on silent because I don't want to be disturbed because I'm busy. So, what are we going to do? We've got the Soldano. I've got to test that. I'll just show you. 112 heat index. Oof. The slap fixed it. Yeah. It's amazing how often that works, isn't it, Wes? Alrighty, so blurry Panasonic. Is there any other way? We've got a Soldano. Spin it around this way. Boom. Super Lead Slave. Series 2. So it's just a power amp. And it's a pretty well built one too, to be honest. This had two 6L6s go. Looks like shorted screen. One of the screen grid resistors had cooked itself. And when I looked up gut shots of this amp, the only result on the entirety of the internet was this actual amp. Because a guy had handwritten 4.7K on the bias resistor because he's paralleled some stuff and he's written the previous value there. So it was literally the only photo on the internet of the inside of this thing was this exact amp from a guy at Port Macquarie who does amp repair. I think the owner used to live up there and he's moved down here or something. So anyway, it had a shorted output transformer. Now I know everyone loves to say, if there's anything wrong with your amp, it's the output transformer because it's this mysticism voodoo thing that no one really understands. But it had a short from primary to secondary, so the HT was shorted directly to ground, essentially, possibly via the speaker. I'd like to think that didn't happen, but who knows? I'm sure he would have told me if his speaker was fried. But yeah, that could cook a speaker. Essentially, that could set fire to your speaker cabinet. So anyway, I sent him off. Got rewound by a guy in Sydney called LK Transformers, Jim Song. I looked up his shop on Google Maps, and he's actually got a shop like a storefront, but it's like newspaper on the front window, just LK Transformers. I'm like, that's so cool. It's like 12 Monkeys shit. But he rewound it and sent it back. I sent him both transformers just so he had a reference one to go off, and that way I could just, I don't want to be involved in the measurement process, however he measures it or whatever he does. I don't want there being a possibility of me being blamed for the specs being wrong. That way he's got the two transformers. Because why not? We've got a stereo amp. It's not much effort to take out the extra one and send it to him. So I sent them both to him. He rewound one, sent it back. The other one was fine. And put it back in. So I've got to test that. I'll fire that up and test it. My oscilloscope has finally shut itself, the 2236. So normally I'd test it here, but I kind of need to test it over at the other works area space with the Rigol. I was going to move the Rigol and stuff over last night, but it was too hard, too much to do. So at the moment, we'll just go over and assess some stuff, and I'll do measurement and stuff later. But here's the top view. You've got the 6L6 sockets recessed in. They're on a separate plate. It's not shock mounted or anything. It's just to get the extra height so it can fit inside in a rack mount chassis. I believe that's 3 unit. And there's the two transformers. Can't remember which. Well, that one there got rewound because you can see the varnish has been affected. But yeah, pretty cool device. This is made in Japan apparently. One of old mate Mike's side projects. But yeah, typical Soldano build quality. That's what you want. Here's one I've been waiting until I can sort of focus on. It's just an Origin 20. The bloke sent it in wanting Jace from Head First Amplification's Plexi mod. So I jumped online and had a look and checked out his website, and he's got a bill of materials for it. Normally I don't like doing mods, particularly when they're other people's mods, but Jace knows what he's doing and his mods are pretty cool. However, I'm not convinced that this is an amp that I want to mod. I had a look at the Plexi mods in particular, which is basically removing almost all of the preamp. Like there's not much remaining. The power scaling and stuff he doesn't touch. But all I wanted was basically a schematic to say, okay, well this is what you do. You bypass this stupid shit, you get rid of that shit, you put this shit here and you move that shit over there and whatever. But he just has a video that runs you through like the step-by-step component removal and replacement. I don't like that. I don't like doing a mod without having a big picture of what I'm trying to achieve. And yeah, you're trying to achieve making it sound like a plexi, which is never going to do because it's got an output transformer the size of a pea, and you know, you'll get a lot closer, but it's not going to be, it's 20 watts, like, you know, but it's a cool principle, changing it to a simpler design, because this amplifier is nothing like a Marshall that Marshall's ever built. There's all, you look at the schematic, it's like, what the hell? What kind of topology is this? It's not a Marshall, and it's not a Marshall. It's just a Marshall with the brand name on the front. But I would have had to sit there and reverse engineer all these steps, because I don't want to go doing step-by-step mods, not really knowing what I'm doing without drawing it on the schematic. And this was getting time-consuming. I'm like, I'm going to have to sit here for like 2 hours and figure this out, because there's no actual schematic of what the changes are. So I said to the guy, look, I can't really cop this one on the chin, because I don't know if I'm going to get any of these coming around. So he's going to be like probably a 2-hour surcharge for just figuring out what the mod is and how to implement it and documenting it myself. And then he sort of declined that, and I said, look, how about we do one of his other mods? So we're going to do the Jose mod and head first mod on this one, which actually does have some documentation. And yeah, I'm going to set that aside. I'm going to pull out the board and just have a bit of a frown at that one and figure it out, and go from there. But essentially what it's doing is it's removing some of the weird filtering on this thing, and it's just going to like the well, there's the diode clipping mod, which uses Zenas, which is switchable. So I've got to drill a hole in the front for a toggle switch, but we're not gonna lose any sleep over that, because it's an Origin 20. It's not a classic amp. But the other mods are basically just making it clip more. I'm not going to say more gain. It's more like more saturation, essentially. Which is what I just did to a 2203, which I didn't film because I was very busy, and it came out fantastically. The customer picked it up, yesterday? What's today? Saturday. Wednesday. And he was over the moon with it. It had been modded by someone else, and it sounded fucking horrible. In fact, let's show you how horrible it sounded. Have I got a video? I wonder if I can show you this. Yeah, I think I've got a video. Oh no, it's on YouTube. Hang on, I'll just show you the YouTube link. I just got YouTube Premium. Finally stepping up in the world. So essentially, it was done by another amp tech, very prominent amp tech in Sydney. Now not so much prominent. I think he's semi-retired. I'm not going to name names, but I respect him. But I don't know what the story is with this mod. Often you get sort of half the story off the customer, and when I sketched it out off the actual circuit, did a schematic that didn't make any sense at all what he'd done. Looking at the schematic that I've drawn, what the mods were, I was thinking to myself, this is going to oscillate. This is going to do all sorts of weird shit. This is going to sound terrible. And it did. So let's show you this little piece of horror. Share. Here we go. I don't know why the audio's fucking up there, but hear that weird buzz? And the hairy, fizzy shit going on there? Yeah. Okay, YouTube doesn't like that. Now it won't stop playing. Alright, I don't know if you heard that, but I'll give you the link. Hang on. There's all sorts of audio problems there, clicking and glitching and stuff. I'll give you this video, just to give you the link. and you can go and watch it. So, yeah, we just ripped all of that out. He opted for a recap because they were dated 82, I think. The caps were. Focus. So we ripped all of that out and did some changes, and he was over the moon with it. So essentially, the preamp volume pull pot gave a boost in saturation, and the master volume pull pot enacted basically a deep switch, so a fixed preset resonance. Because it was just a single pole, single throw pull pot that he had there, I said, well, I can reuse that, but the only catch is, with the way the circuit is, it has to be deep switch enabled when the pot's pushed in. So for stock 2203, you got to pull the knob out, but I reckon you're going to play it all the time with the knob pushed in anyway. And he agreed, because he's got G12 T75s and vintage 30s, which are a bit full on in the top end. So having that deep boost in the bottom will round the signal out a fair bit more. All right, let's read some chat, eh? Do I need to go all the way to the top? Looking forward to catching up with you later today, Brad. Yeah, you too, Rob. Hope you've got whatever you're drinking is Friday night over there. Oh, Dustin's mixing a show at a racetrack. That should be fun. Can you guys be quiet for a second? I'm trying to mix. No. Doing burnouts. My 9-year-old son is trying to convince me that his mum wanted me to purchase a Grand Theft Auto for him. Oh, I've done that. I did that with Doom 2. I didn't try to fool mum into it, but I nagged and nagged and nagged. When did that come out? Like 91 or something? Like 94. So I was like in year 4. So yeah, primary school. And Doom was the biggest thing around, and I got obsessed with Doom. Like everything was Doom. All my little sketches and that I was drawing were monsters from Doom. And I still play it to this day. The other day I did a test stream. I'm gonna maybe do the occasional just unrelated stream, because life's life, and I'm not just at Amp Tech. And sometimes I might sit there and have a beer and play Doom and talk shit with you guys, and I think that'd be funny. So I did a test stream with Heretic, which was running on the Doom 1 engine. The guns and stuff are similar, like the arrow that you shoot. It's got a little bit of flak off to the sides like the shotgun does. And you can tell it's the same weapons, but with different graphics to do the whole wizard. Anyway, moving on. He thinks I'm deaf or don't listen. 3 days ago, Mum went on vacation, he was asking her, I believe the quote was something like, that game will never be played in my house. Grand Theft Auto. So what you should do, Rob, is troll him and get him a like $3 copy of Grand Theft Auto 1, which in my opinion is their best version. The one where you're viewing from top down and you run over the Hare Krishnas and stuff. That soundtrack of that Grand Theft Auto 1 is fantastic. It is superbly mixed. It is really well written. Sometimes I used to just listen to the soundtrack from the Grand Theft Auto 1. It was fantastic. I think it was 1. There was like up to 1 or 2 was top view, like old school graphics, computer. And then I think the first one was Grand Theft Auto 3. That was the 3D thing. That was like Vice City or something, I think, where it was set in the 80s. Very cool aesthetics. I like the nightclubs and the fact that they had actual music on it. Like you're driving around in a Mustang or something, and you got Mother. You drive, yeah, like Danzig. It was so cool. Oh, dog is whining at me for something. He's wearing a cone of shame after having a tumour. Some of his jaw removed. Bloody hell. That's hectic, Trav. Oh, God. One of my mates, he keeps getting these massive dogs that are the size of horses, and they keep getting all cancers and all sorts of health problems. I'm like, dude, just get a Kelpie piece of shit mixed breed thing. It'll last forever, whether you like it or not. The big dogs are really susceptible to that, from what I hear. Sorry, excuse me. To all our dogs. I don't have one, but I've got everyone else's dog. They just have to take care of it instead of me. I get to just leave after patting it. Should we pitch in and get the dude an alarm clock? I've got one right here. There's a lot of other streams I watch where they've got a countdown, or not even a countdown, just like a video loop, where, you know, the stream, yeah, it starts at 6, but they don't come on till like 1:15, and they wait for the crowd to get built up until they come on. Thought maybe Brad's off on a trek. No such luck this week, mate. Maybe next weekend. It's trying to catch up on all the repairs before they open up again as of, 1st of September. Starting a new project today. Stole a 3/4 scale Squire strap from my youngest, who doesn't show it any love. Broke it down and building my new travel guitar. Nice. Just ordered a custom HSS pick guard. What? Is that normal size pick guard there, Rob? Just smaller scale on the neck? That's pretty cool in that case. Throw some bloody 52s or something on there, or 56s, and maybe that's going a bit far. Maybe 52s or 54s or something, and it'll feel a little bit like a normal guitar if you're a midget. My kid had one of those strap minis. He lost interest after all. I kept it in G with 12s. Yeah, nice one. Not sure it'd help now that dry July is over. I'm not hungover. I'm just had a lot of shit to sort out this morning. George Harrison's travel guitar was a ukulele. Of course that's coming from you, Victor. You live in Hawaii. I sell ukuleles. They're kind of fun, but I don't know. It's just like, it still feels like a toy. And I think the ukulele, have you guys ever like jumped onto YouTube or something? And I don't have to now because I've got YouTube Premium. But back in the day when I was dealing with YouTube ads, every single stupid ass startup company chose whistling and ukulele and clapping as like the music for their song. It was just so annoying. Just, oh god, there's like one person writing all these songs and they all did the same shit. So yeah, I think that ruined ukulele for me. Alright, that's where you actually saw me. Cool, we're caught up. Keep going. So 112 heat index, is that, so over here it says, you know, 23 degrees feels like 25. I guess that's the heat index. It's taking humidity into account, maybe wind. I don't know. I got to freshen up on all that stuff. I used to be into meteorology. Someone was getting smashed by storms yesterday. Was that you guys? Oh, you had a freaking hurricane and an earthquake. Yeah, I heard about that, Wes. It's like, oh, we're dealing with a hurricane and now, oh, fucking earthquake. Yeah, what else? Just throw something else at us, champ. And it was in the 70s. Temperature? That's low. Very clean looking amp. Does it sound and is designed as good as it looks? Yes, it is, Rob, because it's a Soldano. G'day, Paul. 4 inches of rain in 10 hours. Wow. That's up there. Sorry, I have missed a couple of chats and a few videos. I'm in the middle of having my eyes upgraded. Too much straining my eyes watching Brad and Dad work on SMDs. We should sue or something. Good luck with that, champ. What are you doing, Jerry? Did you get like laser surgery or something? Laser eye surgery. I don't want to piss anyone off, so I won't say how hot it is here. It becomes a bit of a competition, doesn't it? Is it just me, or do chokes sound better than resistors? I don't know. I've never listened to one. They're both pretty quiet. But I guess you're talking about is the screen node filtering. I don't know, to be honest. I've never directly compared the same circuit with both. It's probably something I should do one day. Why not just sell the Origin and buy the 20 watt mini plexi? Well, where's the 20 watt mini plexi is an overpriced Origin 20. They've built to the same standard and you're paying, what, 4 times as much? It's a fucking scam. Don't buy anything from Marshall at the moment. They're all pretty pussy. I hate to tell you. Save up and get a real amp. There you go. I mean, you're not talking that much. Like, to get a Friedman or something, it's just, it'll never give you problems. 5 years later, an Origin 20 in its stock form will be cooked. That's already cooking a resistor, and it's like not even a year old. I don't like rewarding them in their frantic race to the bottom. Yeah, just don't buy any modern Marshall. They're not Marshalls anymore. Neither's Fender. 1980 2204, nice one. That would be a very nice amp. I like 2204. It makes a lot more sense power-wise than the 2203 these days. We're not all White Snake anymore, or whoever fucking used them. We can always hope the new owners will do right by the company's heritage. Not holding my breath though. Yeah, I doubt it. It's just going to be a constant downward slide for all the major brands, Rob. They're not run by passionate people anymore. They're run by accountants. So the only way to, essentially, they've grown to the point where the only way to make them, respectful of their roots is to downsize the company. And who's going to do that? How do they explain that to their shareholders if they're a public company, which none of them are? But anyway, you get my point. What did you buy, Wes? $2,000. Oh, I saved up and bought a 76 JMP 2203. Not cheap, but oh my god, so good. Yes. And have you seen the value of them, man? It sounds like you got a pretty good deal there, to be honest. 2600, $2,000. They're going for 4, 5, 6 grand over here for the heads, and that's like without even showing you photos of the guts. Is it just me, or is my autofocus on point today? I think it's the lens. Yeah, I'm quite chuffed with that. Painty boy lives to fight another day. Are some amp companies afraid that if they make bulletproof amps, they won't sell as many? I don't know, Zach. I've thought about it quite a bit, and I can't really think of a convincing reason why they're all going downhill, other than just trying to make cheap amps. A few of them make supposed, boutique offerings, like Fender's reissue of whatever, but the build quality is terrible because they're using the same labor. There's not like an elite team of builders. Like, Fender Custom Shop's a bad example because they're pretty shit too. But some of these companies will have like, all right, here's the production line. This is where all our production amps get manufactured. And there's the two weird guys over in the corner that build the hand-wired ones that no one wants to talk to because they're scary. No one talks to them. We just let them go. They put out 1 amp a week, 2 amps a week. We charge 10 grand for them, but they are fantastic and last forever. There's no real way to make money on that. So I guess it's all just profit-driven, dude. The companies that base themselves on making world-class amps are probably never going to grow, and they're going to hit a ceiling pretty hard of like how much money they can make. And these corporations won't have a bar of that. It has to be constant growth, constant growth, constant growth, constant growth. It's like the whole world at the moment without getting too much into politics. You just can't have infinite growth. You've got to hit a point where you're comfortable making a steady level of profit, maybe in line with inflation, but that's about it. If you just keep driving for exponential profit, like mathematically it doesn't work. You hit a wall. A limit, they call in statistics, I believe. And the chat just jumped to the bottom like it always does. Sir and Friedman have never sold in their history. What? Hang on. Well, Sir and Friedman combined have never sold in their history as much as Fender sells in a month. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lyle. That is my point. Lyle just says it in one sentence where I say it in 5 minutes of rambling. He's good at that. He does have an English major. So, yeah, you guys could obviously hear the audio in that amplified clip because it was super weird and it was like oscillating on the decay. It was cutting in and out, and even the oscillation was like experiencing some kind of blocking distortion. Man, it was rough. I don't know how anyone could walk away from another tech and go, thank you, here's some money. I would have been like, what the fuck did you do to it? Could you undo it, please? Like, it sounds terrible. But people don't like being confrontational. I think that is why a lot of these amp techs can survive, because they just get away on people taking advantage of people who don't like being confrontational. I'd prefer a customer to shove an amp up my ass, literally. Whatever you're into. But if someone's not happy, I want to make them happy. Yeah, so I've had a few people who are just mentally ill. One guy, I repaired 3 amps for him. I advised him it's not worth doing, but I can do it for about $100 each. And they were just 20 wattish solid state practice amps and whatever. I said, it's like, even to look at it, it's above the market value. Are you sure? It'll be like, look, I said I'll limit it to like $300. It's just input jacks broken, and knobs snapped off. Something else had cracked solder joints on the board, something like that. This is like 5 years ago, like 2 years, a year or two. No, it must have been like 5 years ago, like 2 years before I moved here. And like 6 months ago, just randomly this guy starts commenting on all my posts on Facebook. Just like, you're a fuckwit, you're a hack, you're a dickhead. Those amps that you fixed for me, they failed like 6 months after you fixed it. You don't know what you're doing. You're so good in all these posts, but you're shit. I'm like, excuse me, who the fuck are you? And I had to look up his name because I didn't remember him. And I did these jobs. I said, why didn't you approach me? How the fuck am I going to fix it if I don't know that there's a problem? He's like, oh no, you're too shit to fix it. You didn't fix it the first time. I was just like, okay, mate, you are just a fuckwit. So I tried to coax him into coming to the shop so I could punch him, but he didn't take the bait, unfortunately. It's been a while since I assaulted someone. Maybe it's probably a good thing. Rob F's having a whiskey sour this evening. Well, speaking of whiskey, lad, I have received quite a bit of whiskey in the last month since dry July. But one of them that stands out is this one. And because I've got a lot of American viewers, some even Texan, thought you might appreciate this. Balcones Texas Single Malt Classic Edition, 53%. So you want to drop a water with that one, that bad boy. But this stuff's really nice and not too expensive. So that's been a good one. Non-smoker. So I know I've got lots of people, a lot of friends and family that don't necessarily like the smokier whiskies, whereas I do. When you like the smokies, you tend to be able to appreciate pretty much everything. But when you don't like the smoky whiskies, you're pretty much cutting off like 50% of what's out there. But I won't hold that against them. We'll put that aside because I'm not drinking while I'm working. I'll leave that to other YouTube channels. Yeah, that's a good drop. If you can get yourself one of them, and they're probably cheap as chips over there because your alcohol laws aren't as ridiculous as ours. Aussies just can't be trusted with alcohol, so we get taxed almost as much as with tobacco. So, yeah. Best thing about GTA is finding the glitches and launching vehicles thousands of feet into the air. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, there'd be like something where just it tries to divide by 0 and all of a sudden you're 10,000 feet in the air in your car. Yes, Grand Theft Auto. Get Grand Theft Auto number 1, and then say, well, you didn't specify what version. That's a lesson on how to be specific. The third. Oh, okay. So this is Rob. I'll figure out how to get comments on the screen one day. The 3/4 inch scale, a 3/4 scale pickguard is smaller. Have to send original to gentleman who makes the new pickguards as a template. Oh, cool. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. Original is SSS with 2 pots. New one will be HSS with 3 pots. Man, that'd be a killer machine. So I'm assuming the bridge and the nut and everything, the string spacing still the same. That's probably works in your favor. Otherwise, it would be a little bit of a bitch to play. So you can just use standard pickups. You don't have to have like rail pickups for different string spacings or anything like that. So that's good. Seth B, how you going, man? I started on ukulele and graduated to guitar. I made a few ukuleles by hand. Nice. I got approached to do that by a family member, but they only wanted to pay like $300, so I said no. Friendly? No, just a friend. All of the work making guitar for 1/3 of the money selling an acoustic guitar. Yeah, so no more ukes. Making ukuleles would make sense if you make like 10 of them at once, but things like dulcimers would be good for mass produce, like in the home garage. I had a customer brought one in recently. He builds them for fun. He bought some fret wire and nut blanks and stuff off me. But he also brought his instruments in and showed me. So basically what he does is he gets a plank of I think he used maple. Oh, no, he used like Meranti, just whatever the hardware store wood is. Made the neck out of that. Made it constant width, but then what he does is he cuts like a U shape out of one end, and then that gives you like a tuning fork shape piece, and then he spreads the tuning fork open, glues them to a front and back, and then that forms a body, and it's got like this fantail shaped guitar. So he's just made the guitar, well, the dulcimer, whatever it's called, I think there's another name for him, but he's made the body out of one piece of wood, and then that goes up into the headstock, and it's got like a paddle type headstock. And the whole thing's made out of like 4 pieces of wood. And I showed him some ways to improve the geometry of it to get the action lower. And it's all stuff that you can machine out of that one piece before spreading it. So I suggested to him that maybe we make one in the future and I machine the blanks for him. And I think that would be a good kit to sell people. Frets pre-installed. I mean, you can make the instruments you can make 10 of them in a weekend, you know. It would be pretty quick to make, especially if you're doing a little bit of CNC machining and you're just gluing the things together. So the reason I paused there is I was thinking that would be a good video. Yeah. I like the dulcimer thingy. Am I getting the terminology right? My brain's not working. Dulcimer. Nah, yeah. Appalachian. Oh god, I can't speak. Yeah, so not one of the box ones, but one of the sort of guitar-y shaped ones. Anyway, we'll do that one day. Screwed up and watched a cataract surgery a few days ago. Now I can't do it, no matter how bad my eyes get. Yeah, eye surgery is pretty squirmy, eh? The fact that even if you're out, like, do you still see what's going on? Like, once they remove the lens, it's just white, yeah? Like, it's like doing this. That's all you see once they remove the lens, yeah? But it still freaks you out. We back? We're back. I like this Olympus lens. It's cool. So, yeah, it's kind of scary. I guess just the answer is in drugs. They drug you up. Alright, where are we? So, surgery. Good luck with the surgery, Jerry. Yes, I can't remember words. What's the word I'm trying to come up with? I concur. That's the one. My wife is an optometrist and sees many folks that are afraid to get them removed, but says it isn't a big deal anymore. Stuff's come a long way, yeah, for sure. Cataracts are a bit scary, though. I swore off paying anything for a new Marshall in the mid-1990s. Yeah, that's pretty based. I also always preferred their 50-watt heads over the 100s or Park 150s. In the 80s, everyone had to have at least 100 watts. Yeah, it was a big dick swinging contest set. And the sound guys hated it. The gigs probably sounded worse as a result. Vertical input 2203 is upwards of 4K now. Yeah, if you can even find one that hasn't been trashed. Yeah, they've all been hacked up, man. The focus artifacts improved about 15 minutes in. I'd say it was on my end, but I've never had issues with any streaming services here. Yeah, but most of the streaming services are coming from the States. Yeah, it's not many Aussies that you watch streaming. So, I mean, it's pretty impressive that we can do this at all, let alone with the video quality. But I think the focus is pulsing a bit. Let me lock it in. Lock it in, Eddie. So this, I like this lens too, because how are we going with focus? Let's find out. I've got my little thingy here, my little color checker. That's why I don't look like an Oompa Loompa anymore. Yeah, I can see pretty well right to the middle. Let's have a look from full screen. So I'm about here. Let's put my head there. So if I go too far that way. It looks alright, doesn't it? Let's just lock the focus, bugger it. But yeah, that's how I set my white balance and stuff now. Basically with the white balance, we're matching all the different lighting sources. This light over here is blue, so to create a sort of feature on the side of my head, But the rest I've just tried to get them as close to each other as possible, and then do the white balance to that. The only trick with the white balance is, because it takes the white balance from a little square in the middle of the screen, like it'll show a little yellow square and it'll go, set white balance to that. So if I have this here, touch the mic, sorry, just deafen you. If I have this here, it's picking up stuff around it, so that throws it off. But if I move it forwards, now it's not picking up the light that my face is picking up, so that gets it off as well. So what I have to do is put the zoom lens on, zoom in where my head is, get only that square in the frame, take the sample, and then put the other lens back on. And that's what I did for my preset white balance. And all I got to do is bump that knob and the whole thing goes out. It's fucked. Simple. What are we talking about, Richard? I watched a total knee replacement surgery right before my first of 10 arthroscopic knee surgery. Power tools, blood flying everywhere, scared the crap out of me. Yeah, but you're asleep for that. Who cares? Dave from EEV blog actually got the video of his own knee surgery, and I think he put it up. I think he put it on YouTube. And there was a big furor. Oh man, I don't know. I got to read more. There's a big drama about it because everyone was grossed out by his knee surgery. But it's like he's who cares? He's still. It's not like it was a snuff film. He's still alive. My mum can solder hand-built amps far better than anyone at Fender or Marshall. Well, she solders them. That's step one. Often you'll get custom shop Fenders where like the joints haven't even been soldered, but that seems to be the standard with everyone these days. Like the Sterlings, I've had a few of their bases come in, and now I just have to open the electronics cavity and check that everything's been soldered, because I had like two where they just hadn't soldered something and it Works fine for a bit, but then, 6 months after they've bought it, it starts being intermittent or being weird, and you open it up, oh, they just forgot to solder a connection. Good on yous. Don't bother getting old, you won't like it. But then again, it does beat the alternative. Yeah, we all say that in our 20s, eh? Live fast, die young. Oh shit, hang on, I'm 40. What I love is fix an amp, owner brings it in more than a year later saying it's still doing the same thing. I call them. They never tried it when they got it back for the first time. I've had that too, Lyle. I call bullshit every time. I go, really, man? I go, come on, really? Yeah, there's so many questions there, and just like, okay, well, if you bought a brand new amp and it didn't work, and you didn't use it after you bought it for 12 months and it was out of warranty, do you think they'd give a fuck if you took it back and said, yeah, but I didn't use it for the warranty period, it should still be good? They'll just go, nah, sorry, piss off. Off you go on your bike. Jog on, mate, as they say in the old dart. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you've used it or not. Prove it. Prove that you haven't used it. Show me irrefutable proof that you haven't used it. And then they go, are you calling me a liar? I go, no, you're calling me a liar by saying it never worked. It worked. That's part of the reason why I make videos of them working. Because I can go, well, look, something's changed. It worked here. Doesn't mean I'm not going to help you out. But if you come to me with bad faith arguments like that from day one, I'm much less likely to help you out or accommodate you. But people live their life thinking that they can berate people into submission. And I don't know where the fuck they thought they could do that, but they can't do it here. Dr. Gear, how you going, Six? The flip side is that we don't go bankrupt when we go to the doctors because of those taxes paying for things. Yes, it's good. A year later they try it. I get the amp back in, then have to explain to them first service was no sound because of X. The problem they're having now is because their speaker cab is toast. I never had their speaker cab the first time, etc., etc. And that's when you've got to go, I'm trying so hard not to headbutt you right now. Please appreciate the effort that I'm going through to not headbutt you. Rob F. The 3/4 scale Strat has 23-inch scale. That's not too bad. I mean, like 20 Jags and that at 24. One guitar I wish I didn't get rid of. It was a weird Fender, one of their pawn shop guitars series, made in Japan, and it had the Fender wide range pickups on it, and it was 24-inch, but I couldn't gel with the scale length because I'm a bit of a Neanderthal. But looking back, the 24-inch scale, for me at least, was very suited to like fingerstyle and just like chilling out on the couch or on the back grass, just practice. Like I couldn't treat it like a weapon of mass destruction like I do with a Strat, but for gentle playing and just practice, it was really good. And being smaller, it suited itself a little bit more to just kicking back playing. I sold it because I was worried about the business and COVID, I think. So I sold a lot of stuff. I kind of wish I kept that one. It looked really nice too. I don't know. I'll probably end up buying one for too much money down the line again like I do. What's my frame rate for this? 50 frames per second, baby. So another thing, Lyle, I found, no matter what settings, it doesn't work here because this laptop's a little laptop and it's shit. But my computer at home with a proper video card, video was buffering and everything good. Like it had a slight delay, but it was perfectly smooth. Except it still had like a bit of a stutter, but regularly. So then I found, hang on, my frame rate's 50 hertz, and my LCD refresh rate was set to 60 hertz. Once I changed that to 50 hertz, it was perfect. So I think, like frame rate, like shutter speed, it's good to have a multiple of the frame rate as your refresh rate of your screen. Now, you guys, particularly gamers and stuff, will probably have like 140 or 200 hertz refresh rates or whatever. I'm not sure if that affects it, but when the only choice that I had at home was for 50 or 60 hertz, when I changed it to 50 hertz refresh rate, video was perfectly smooth. Like, it looked the same as looking on the preview of the camera. So that could be a factor as well. So although the video itself is fine, you're displaying it on your computer might not be perfectly synced. Rob F, when I get my first Lyle rebuilt amp back. Have you got an amp with Lyle? Cool. I will cherish it and play it every day. My hope is you'll put a Sonic audio badge on it. That might cost extra. Rob. Cocaine was once used as an anesthetic for eye surgery, but I don't know if they still do. They still do somewhere. Good to see you too, brother. Sadly, I don't think so. Cocaine's heavily overrated. Anyway, moving on. The thing that bothers me about eye surgery is that you cannot be unconscious for it. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Rob. I think you can, though. I think you can. I saw something recently where the person's like, yeah, I don't know. I just woke up and... So, I don't know. There's probably many different types. I don't know too much about eye surgery. I've never had it. Tequila and some brand new country signage... What? Some brand new country signage played a part in the pickup truck accident. I stopped for a sign with a picture of a... What? I stopped for a sign with a picture of a stop sign on it. Then blasted through... Oh! So, an advertising campaign has a stop sign and you thought it was a real stop sign? Contrast seems low. That's probably the Cine like D to cover all my facial imperfections, lol. I'm not going to play with the camera. Don't. Stop. I just found a 1976 JMP 50 watt head 1987 circuit in a decent shape for $2,500. Sure, wish I had the cash. It looks great. 1987 with a master volume would be very nice. 76 leads often have low B+, which is a love-hate thing for most. Now, I think from memory you are partial to the low B+, the low HT there, Lyle. Is that because it has a little bit more compression or breaks up a bit earlier? What's your A, what's your preference, and B, why? Makes up for massive B+ and 22.3. That'd be like still under 500 volts though, isn't it, Wes? Is there anyone who shreds on a dulcimer sufficiently to make people go, like Jake Shimabukuro did for ukulele? By the way, Joni Mitchell played a dulcimer on California. I've only been sort of getting into Joni Mitchell recently. I have to wait until I'm mature enough to appreciate some artists. I ironically got into Joni Mitchell via... God, what's the artist? God, I'll have to log into my Bandcamp and have a look. Hang on. Why does no one use Bandcamp? You can actually buy albums on there, and it goes directly to the artist. Like, it should be way more popular than it is. Oh, fuck, I'm not logged in on this computer. She's got an album called Songs for My Daughter. Songs... Oh, God, that's like the most generic search ever. I just realised. Songs for Our Daughter? Our Daughter... So now it's just shown me... Laura Marling. Yes, Laura Marling. So she's very reminiscent of Joni Mitchell. She has her own thing, but very Joni Mitchell influenced. And I shared the album with a friend because I really liked it. I love that album. And They're like, oh, she's just ripping off Joni Mitchell. Well, okay, maybe, but fucking, it's still a great album. I guess that's what people feel like when they're trying to promote Greta Van Fleet to me. So yeah, fair enough. Point taken. Rob F. The perfect AB165 is less than a 3-hour drive away, yet I'm saving for my first Les Paul. Don't buy a Les Paul, Rob. I'm fixing like 3 Les Paul headstocks at the moment. They're too delicate. The finish turns to cheese. You got the stupid fucking binding nibs. Just bloody get something else. The only Les Paul I'd buy is the Studio, and only if I could get it for less than $1,000. I think Gibson just have to bite the bullet and start putting volutes on their guitars, honestly, but what do they care? They're going to sell regardless. I put a detail in the TNC that says any of the issues must be brought to our attention within 7 days of collection or a separate... That's a good idea. I'll just have a 90-day warranty. Just if you don't bring it back within 90 days, get fucked, basically. You signed it. I want a 70s super bass. Well, Wes, I have one here, and it is in my possession with the matching cab. It'll only cost you $10,000 for me to ship it to you. They still sell a cocaine-based nasal spray product called Numbia or something like that. It's mostly used as an anesthetic for taking intranasal passage. Ugh. Yeah, so it's not over the counter. Intranasal passage tissue samples. Back in the 80s, American dentists could get 1 ounce of cocaine for $25. I'm going to get demonetized. Fuck. Here's me trying to do a stream, and you guys are talking about drugs. Moving on. I'm in the middle of paying off my ATC monitors. Yeah, they're not cheap. And found a stunning custom shop P-Bass that I'm about paid off on too. I'm blowing all my OT cash. Overtime? Cash on gear this year. Good. You need a variable refresh rate monitor. I don't really care. Looks fine. I don't need anything else. 6, this is perfect. This is perfection right now. The Mustang 24-inch scale is perfect for my hands. That said, I practice regularly with different necks and scales to make sure I can play anything. I'm naturally the 25-inch. Well, not quite, but playing even a Gibson feels a bit weird if it's the same string gauge, so I have to go up to like 48s at least on a or like power slinkies or whatever on a Les Paul. If I'm down tuning at all, I'll probably go to 52s. I'm not going to talk about that, Seth, because I've talked about cocaine enough. Oh, I said it again. Fuck. The 66 Fenders have wax on the boards. I'm not sure when they brought that in, Chris. 66, I would imagine no. I think it was like 68 and beyond. But I could be wrong there. There's lots of Fender nerds that know a lot about Fender that I don't. So, what? You don't want a Murphy Lab beat to shit guitar for 10 grand? No, I do not, Scotty. But good to see you, mate. +1 on the volutes. Yeah. What's wrong with the volute? People are like, oh, it's in the way of my thumb. Who cares? Just play around it. If you're a real guitarist, you can play anything. So, Brad, $10,000 to ship it to me, then the amp is free? No. Okay, Wes. All right. If you do a CGI intro for my videos, I'll think about it. If you do an animated CGI intro for all my videos, I'll consider it. Doesn't mean I'll do it, but I'll consider it. Starting out with an Epi LP to see if I actually like the guitar. Some of the Epi LPs I got through recently, they've really thinned down the finish. It's no longer like dipped. And To be honest, I had one not long ago. I think, was it Korean made or something? I don't think it was Chinese. Might have been Indonesian. But it was way better than a Gibson. I'm like, I'd prefer this over a Gibson. The wiring was shit, but the wiring's shit on Gibsons too, so who cares? SVT4001, I'm opposite, really couldn't really follow Joni into jazz. Hissing of Summer Lawns was the last of hers that made sense to me. I like Callie, Ladies of Canyon, Court and Spark. Yeah, I'm gonna really start getting back being passionate about listening to music this summer, I think. Because it's all been work, like every day, and having music in the background here kind of makes you not appreciate it like you should, because you're not paying attention to it. So I want to, when the days are longer and I get home and it's still sunlight, I'm going to try and leave here at like 5, 6 every day and go home, go out to the back lawn with the umbrella up, have a beer, get the guitar out and put a speaker there and just play along with stuff. And if anyone wants to come around and hang out, just try and remember what it's like to be human. I'm thinking about not taking any work for all of December, like no repair work at all. We'll still be open for retail, but just finishing off projects. I know everyone's going to be so upset with me and I'll be the worst person in the world, but I want to start the new year with a clean slate, and I've got a couple of long-running projects I have to get completed, and more projects in the back of my head that I want to get running, and start producing some amplifiers, because importing really good ones is difficult and expensive, and buying locally really good ones is impossible because they're all shit. It can still get DC on the though right. What? It can still get DC on the though right. Alright, Chris, I'm going to have to scroll back and see what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So it can still get DC on the board right. Yeah. The reason they were putting the wax on there was to keep moisture out. So moisture does get into the boards in a very humid environment, but in this country, that's not an issue really. So we can remove the wax. The wax is already in there anyway. It just doesn't have a thick coating. What they should have done is dipped the boards in wax, removed all the wax as much as they could. It's still within the board, so the board's sealed, but there's no layer of wax for shit to stick to on the outside, which makes it more conductive, right? But really what they should have done is just used a different material, like fiberglass or something. But, cost. Even on the classic fenders that we know and love, there's still shortcuts and cost considerations. But I was watching Get Back again last night, and they were all playing silver face fenders, and they would have all had wax on the boards, and it wasn't an issue when they were first built. So you could be cynical and look back, oh, that was planned obsolescence, putting wax on the boards. No, they just didn't foresee it being an issue. It sounded like a band-aid fix that they did on the run and didn't think about long-term issues with it. I didn't care. Yeah, it's funny how everyone poo-poos the silver face fenders, and then Beatles are making world-changing records with them, and they're just brand new amps with new components that haven't drifted yet, with new caps, and that's the vintage tone that everyone's going for, a brand new amplifier. So it makes me laugh a bit when everyone's like, oh, you've got to preserve the value of the drifted fucking plate resistors and shit. Like, the albums you're listening to that you're trying to replicate were made with a brand new fucking amplifier. How many times we got to tell you? Anyway. Eastman, yeah. Yamaha Revstar. I'm actually, I watched a video on the construction of the Revstar. I didn't realise it was chambered there, Lyle. That's pretty cool. That's probably why it's so resonant. Seeing that old mate, what's his name, with the long hair and the monobrow. Chris Buck? Is it Chris Buck playing one? But he'd make anything sound good. Yeah, he's a bit clickbaity, that guy. He started off alright, but now he's turned a bit clickbaity. That turns me off a lot of channels. How many YouTube channels have you seen that just have their face like this and text down here that says, it's over, or something? It's like, fuck it. Fuck you and your clickbait. Like making out that their channel's over or something. They do it like, if you write in, it's over, or the end of the channel, you'll just get this massive stream of videos of people just making shit up for clickbait, like making out that, and it's like, okay, that was 6 months ago and he's released 300 videos since then. Yeah, fuck off. I hate that clickbait shit on YouTube. There's so many people that do it. That just makes me instantly just turn off a channel, never watch it again. See you later. Alright, we're talking about computers. Well, don't tempt me. Are you talking about the preview there, Wes? That'd be cool. That'd be fantastic. I will pay you, Wes, handsomely in Australian dollars. So that's like, you know, not a very good offer. Lots of Australian dollars. And they'll be like $3 or $4 American dollars. Have you seen our dollar at the moment? Fuck. Just did an order from CE Distribution. Oh, they finally sent an order. It was $890 something American. So that's like, at the moment, like $1,600 Australian, $150 shipping. It's just like nuts and bolts and shit. Like, there was nothing big ticket in there. I was like, I am going to, when that order comes in, I'm going to spread the order out on a bench, take a photo of everything in the box, and say this was 1,600 Australian dollars shipped. Well, no, it was like, yeah, it was 1,600 Australian dollars shipped. Don't ask me why my repairs are expensive, you know? Something like that. I'll put it on social media as a little bit of a whinge. Yeah, there's like nuts, bolts, clips, standoffs, screws, fucking cup washers, just bits and pieces of random hardware, a couple of US cords for when I get an American power transformer amp in here that you don't want to convert, but the cord's cut up to shit. Got some stuff for 6 because we combine postage whenever we can, and I'll, you know, if one of us, like Dr. Gear, if one of us is ordering, we'll combine an order with the other one just to help each other out with shipping. Although I don't think that really even helps out anymore. I think that they just multiply the shipping every time you put a fucking new item on there. They just double the shipping cost. Like, thanks guys, cost me something like, you know, $40 to ship something to the States, but the companies over there charge me like fucking $200 to ship the same thing back. It's just a scam. They're not actually paying that in shipping costs. They're just they're just making extra profit in the shipping. Come on, you piece of shit, chat. Wish I could take some downtime. Japan it is, yes. So, champions, anyone who's still watching, you know, you can be privy to this info because you're the solid crew. I'm going over to Japan next year, and Six and I might be crossing paths over there and doing a bit of a music shop tour. We're going to see how the international roaming works for our devices. If not, just get a local device and just flog it before we come back, and maybe even do a live stream touring the music shops over there. And you know what Japanese internet's like. It'll be like fucking, you can watch it the day before we film it. It's that fast. So that will be fantastic. Akihabara, and then just going out and getting smashed on sake afterwards. That'll be cool. Hopefully it all works out. We can cross paths. We're looking at the start of April. So yeah, that'll be really fun. Got to get out of the country again. I haven't been overseas since, 2015? I went to New but that doesn't count. I barely got off the fucking cruise ship. I hate cruise ships. It was someone's birthday, I think. I have a love-hate with the Epi Explorer I bought. I love how it feels, but obnoxiously bright. I can't figure out why. Well, Scotty, there's a thing on that guitar called a tone control. Use it, bro. Rob F. have considered for Eastmans. Eastmans are really good. I've got a customer that's got a bunch of Eastman mandolins, and they're very nicely built. Proper, solid, carved spruce tops. Very nice. I played dozens and never encountered any issues with the factory setups. Really? Is that straight from the factory there, Lyle? Because pretty much everything I get here needs a pretty heavy setup. Plan was to change the pickup and electronics. Want to build a Peter Green tribute LP. Do you want the phase thing though, Rob? Because I find a lot of people come here wanting that, and then I do it, and then they're like, ugh. Yeah, actually, can you reverse that? I'm like, okay. I don't like the Ivoroid binding. Really? I like Ivoroid binding. Or the biddy shapes, the body shapes. But their electrics are amazing for the price. I haven't played an Eastman Electric. I don't think I've ever got one. I've got their acoustics. Or am I getting them mixed up? No, I have played Eastman Electrics, yeah. Someone had a 12-string. My local shop carries them. I really like the 335 clone, but out of the 10 or 12 I've played, they all have tuning and intonation issues. Yeah, but you know, it can all be fixed, Wes. It's not rocket science. Changed the pickups and electronics in mine. It's still obnoxiously bright. Scotty, I'm assuming you're comparing that with other guitars. There's nothing in the body of a guitar that's going to just make any pickup you put in it bright. There's something in your setup, or just use the tone control. It's obnoxiously bright. I'm playing through an AC30 top boost with everything all the way up. But well, yeah, you're going to be amplifying X-ray signals at that. Barely got above 37 degrees in this last week, so I spent some time working outdoors and catching up on the very badly neglected lawn work. Yes. Thanks for reminding me, Seth. I have to do that at my house too. I've got this hedge out the back that's like a mixture of like 6 plants, and they all love each other, and just like, there was like 2 trailer loads last time I did it, and you got to do it like every month or it just goes out of control. I think it's the bridge. I don't think a bridge is going to make it really bright, man. The only Ginson of 335 I've played that was stable was $8,000 Murphy Labs. God, where do they get off charging that? Like, if you build a guitar from scratch, I reckon they don't though. I reckon they get a production one and then they do the finishing touches. My 335 is great, but most of the dogs. You did a fair bit of work to that though, didn't you? Didn't you, Lyle? Chris Buck, yes. That's who we're talking about. It's like ice pick in the forehead telly with underwound bridge pickup. Right. I like that, though. I like brightness that takes your face off. His RevStar is a custom shop. Oh, okay. So that chambered thing, that's his custom shop, is it? That sucks. Yeah. Screw that clickbait stuff, SVT. I've got a JB in the bridge, Jazz neck in the neck, and even the neck pickup has that brightness. Assuming the wiring's done correctly, maybe just check the circuit and everything's right. 75 YBA, I forget your name. I need to make a cross-reference chart of everyone's internet pseudonym and things. Did Australia change to Canadian currency? No, we're even shit in Canadian dollars at the moment. Kanakistani Kopecks. That's cool. Yeah, you got some friends in Japan. Nice. Akihabara, yeah. I've got to go there. We're going to spend 2 weeks in Japan. And maybe swing by Singapore on the way back. Maybe go via Cairns. Might spend a night in Cairns. We'll see. Oh, yeah. Don't forget to ask. I do that with everyone, Scotty. Even that video where I did the coffee shop thing. I walked in first and said, look, I'm just doing this. Just checking that it's okay if you're cool with it. And, yeah, no one generally had any problems with it if you did that. But I'll be very mindful of not overstepping my mark as a tourist in another country. I'm very sort of overly aware of that. At the best of times, even in normal social situations, I'm, Usually pretty self-conscious of overstepping the mark. I wish I wasn't, because you probably relax more, but in another country you don't know who you're going to be upsetting by doing what, so I give them the benefit of the doubt. The only exception to that was Oktoberfest, for obvious reasons. Anything shipped from Tube Depot is about $4. Wait, are you talking shipping? Anything from CE is $10.40 regardless of box size weight. Yeah. So I guess that kind of tracks, because the shipping alone was 150 Australian dollars, which is about, what, 80 American dollars. It's a ghost horse. It doesn't have a tone control. See, that's all you need. Tone control, mate. Get a dual concentric pot. Throw a tone control in there. Ghost horse. What is that? I'm going to look that up. Can my computer look up ghost horse while I'm streaming? Explorer. I'm assuming that's some kind of signature model. Brendan Small. Ghost horse. Who's he from? Brendan Small. Brendan Small. That's an unfortunate name. It may call me tiny, but I assure you I'm quite big. Death Clock. Okay. Right. So what band's he really from? Metalocalypse. Here, one of my exes got me onto that band. She's a crazy metalhead. Okay, so it's still got two controls. Just change one into a master volume and the other one into a tone. That's doable. It's almost time for another coffee. Michelle, can I please have a coffee? If you're watching. I hate the big red circular arrows overlaid on the YouTube videos, pointing at a person or thing, and the all caps headline. Yeah. Or like the holding. Fluke 175. Is it worth the money? You know, that fucking bullshit. But that's why my channel will never do well, because I hate that crap. People respond to it. It's like people are just little dopamine seeking fucking dumb machines. What do I know? But I got you, crew. What do I need a bloody big audience for? There'll just be more dumb comments. Well, not more. It'll be dumb comments. Straight from factory. Don't like the elixirs they come with. Yeah, you're not a fan of elixirs from what I remember. They come with butt nuts. They come with butt nuts. What? They come with eggs. A well cut bone nuts. And the frets are great. Yeah, the frets on almost everything are pretty subpar these days. That's the first thing I look at. A lot of the Sterlings, I mean, I sell them, but I'm not going to lie to you. The Sterlings often come with like 1 or 2 high frets, and I've got to take them down and make fucking 10% profit on the guitar in order to sell it after spending half an hour's labour on it. But you buy one from here and you're guaranteed it's going to play good. You buy one from elsewhere and it's come straight from the factory and they haven't even looked at it and it hasn't touched human hands since it was in Indonesia. And the frets often have to have their ends trimmed down because they're sharp. They're overhanging, like the timber's shrunk a little bit. For less than $1,000, that's just the state of play at the moment. I'm going to look at other brands possibly in the future that can hit that price point at a higher quality level. But yeah, at the moment we've got what we got, and I'll make sure it plays good before it goes out the door. If I see another video sponsored by NordVPN AG1 or HelloFresh, I'll puke. NordVPN, so it's targeted advertising. So obviously I'm aware of the NordVPN thing, but it doesn't really get promoted in Australia. 10 years, 5, 6 years ago, it was Wix. Wix was everywhere. They must have spent so much money on advertising. Now I don't get any ads because I pay for YouTube Premium. And to be honest, I held off for ages. I'm not paying another $60-$70 a month for another subscription. I watch zero TV. I watch 100% YouTube. So it just Got so annoying, the ads all the time. And particularly these channels that have the mid-roll ads, man, they piss me off. I'll never have mid-roll ads, and that, again, probably why my channel will never take off. So stainless steel strings and the Roland JC120 that's making your tone so bright. Yeah. General impression is that the quality of today's Squiers and Epiphones is such that it is a stretch to find value in Fender and Gibson's big brothers, especially a beginner like me. Yes, Rob. Epiphone and Squier are higher quality than entry-level Fenders and Gibsons these days. It's really sad, but it's the way it is. The Fender Player Series is some of the worst built guitars I've ever seen. Like, even, God, what was that brand? Oh, whatever the cheapo brands are, the Fender rip-offs anyway. They have better finish quality and better fretwork than the Player Series Strats. Like, just, I can't believe they're letting that stuff go. There's lacquer, like overspray on the edge of the, like on the rosewood fretboard. There's lacquer chipping off the ends of the frets. The fret ends are protruding and breaking off little discs of lacquer at the ends, and then they're falling off. And it's not even off the showroom floor yet. Like, and they're asking $2,000 for it. Like, oh God, no, just stick your guitar up your ass, you fucking arrogant pricks. Do you think binding on a neck is just cosmetic, or is it a feel thing? I don't really like binding that much. I think it's just cosmetic. If you're feeling your binding, then something's wrong with the binding. I guess there's an argument that it protects the edge of the fretboard a little bit more than timber. However, if you break your binding, or if it gets chipped or whatever, you have to replace that segment, and you can often see that, and it's hard to get the plastic to match perfectly. There's ways that you can meld bits of plastic into the existing binding, but there's always finish touch up, and you'll always see a slight discoloration there. The only way to make it perfect is by replacing the whole strip, and that's a massive job and has to be combined with a refret. If you have a timber fretboard that's had, say you're getting a bit passionate, you know, I'm a grunge boy, and you smash your neck on the drummer's cymbal, you know, to make a point of how rock and roll you are. Now you've taken a little bite out of it and maybe damaged a fret. You can remove that fret and you can inlay a little piece of timber. Or if you want to get real fancy, you can remove 3 frets, inlay the timber so it stops at the fret slot, and then reinsert those 3 frets. And you almost can't see that it happen. That's with the rosewood. With maple, you're always going to see a bit more of the grain because it's so much lighter, but you don't have to replace the whole strip to make it almost disappear. But yeah, if you think that binding is a feel thing, shouldn't be able to really tell by feel if it's binding or not, unless it's a piece of shit Gibson with binding nibs where they remove 2 mil of usable fret, and then it's feel because your string slides off the end of the fret and gets stuck. Scotty says, yeah, all my guitars have the same setups, electronics, pots measured. Pots measured? Whoa, Jesus, that's a little bit psycho. Joking, mate, joking. Same bridges, they all sound different, there's no explanation for it. It could be that you that finely tune it, hearing the difference in the body. I mean, it does make a difference, it's just not as big as everyone claims it is. But if you've made all those adjustments and they're similar style guitars and they've got the same pickups and using the same setup, it could come down to the fact that you are actually hearing the difference in the timbers used. I mean, if you get like a really light ash guitar, and then you compare it with like a 70s Strat which weighs like 20 kilos, you'll hear the difference for sure. That's pretty extreme. Comparative. Technically it's the same species of tree, just one of them was a gnarly one that grew in a swamp and the other one was a quickly grown plantation thing. All Revstars have the chambering. The middle and top ranges have the carbon reinforcement rods. Buck has a custom shop and also standard models. Okay. Yeah, the chambering looked really well done. Fuck Murphy Labs. You can say fuck here, SVT4001. That's fine, mate. I won't ban you. In fact, if any of you guys swear in the comments and it looks like your comment got removed, let me know, because I want to see if there's any censorship happening, because I don't want that happening unless me or our mods, our mighty mods, say so. I want this to be the channel that you can't watch in front of your mother or your kids. We're doing Taiwan to Japan, then back home. Oh, so you're going to Taiwan first. Mad. Yeah, we're probably going to go Singapore on the way back. I want to be in Japan for my birthday, so I forget that I'm turning 40. Because I'll be too drunk on sake. Each to their own, but if I ever spend that much money on a guitar, I want it to be perfect. Is there such thing as a perfect guitar, though? I don't know. It's perfect for you, but yeah, do you understand what I'm saying with the manufacturers? That it's pretty well impossible to make a perfect guitar that's going to be perfect for everyone. So it's a bit like, that's why amps have knobs. If you're just making an amp for someone, it'd have like a volume and a gain control, and that was it, because everything else would already be preset. Well, you know, if you're just going for one tone, duh. What do I think of the clone craze? Just built a clone clone for $40. Well, that's what I think of it, Frederick. You just crack the code, mate. Just build one. It's just a circuit. Look, the people that get into that shit and get obsessed with it are pretty dull people, and no one cares. They're using it as a status symbol. I don't know. I don't know why people spend that amount of money and then they balk. That's the same kind of people who are like, oh, you charge $85 for a guitar setup. Well, motherfucker, you just spent $1,800 on a fucking $20 pedal. So, you know, it's all these crazes. It's a scarcity mindset. It's the toilet paper thing. It's basically showing the inherent mental illnesses of the human condition. I'm not even going to comment on that. I'm never going to try and ride the hype train on that shit. And, you know, like, oh, look at this one. We tested it. We opened it. I couldn't give a fuck. I've got more important shit to do. Like the Bad Monkey, they've already dropped back to their standard market value. It's just tulips, man. Who cares? We're better than that on this channel. We speak about real friggin' measurable shit, not all that woo-woo. But yeah, I've got another customer of mine, Jordan. He built a clone, I think, at the start of lockdowns. Quite a few of my customers started building stuff at the start of lockdowns. I was so proud of them. I'm like, oh, look at you little minions off building shit. I love it. But yeah, he built it. The build quality was perfect. It looked really good. And I think it was a stereotone one. And it didn't work. So back and forth. This is when we were in hard lockdown, so we couldn't like leave our house unless we had a good reason to. And I reveled in it. It was great. I know a lot of people suffered really badly, but for me, it was a time of peace and introspection. I think I really enjoyed that. Maybe I should just disappear for months at a time more often. But he sent me some photos of the guts, and I studied the schematic. And we found one wire that wasn't where it should have been. Once he reconnected that, bang, it's in his rig. It's been in there ever since, and it sounds fantastic. And he really, the way he plays, he really does everything justice. He's an amazing player. And when he builds stuff, he builds it with the kind of focus that he spends on his playing too. So he builds stuff really well, and I like seeing that. I'd like to go to Japan, eat, drink, and be happy. Yeah, man. Meet you there, Victor. Shipping is pretty cheap for me from Mouser Tube Depot Antique. Yeah, well, shipping's really cheap for me from Mouser because every order I put through gets free shipping. I don't put an order through DigiKey or Mouser or Element 14 or RS Components unless I get free shipping. What I do is I save up a list of components. This is a good example for budding techs as well. Ways to save money while shipping. I should do a fucking video on this, because essentially all my videos are for other techs. I'm not trying to tap into the guitarist market. I'll have a list of all the components I need. Not brand specific or part number specific, but like I need, 10 microfarad 450 volt radial capacitors with this lead spacing, if I'm even that specific, because you don't know what's going to come in. I need to stock up on 56k 1 watt carbon film or metal film resistors, whatever. And then when there becomes a part that I can only get from one manufacturer, like some specific Hammond box or a particular connector or some digital to analog converter I need for some synth repair or something, that will determine which company I'm going with. Because generally all the majors like Element 14, DigiKey, Mouser, not RS because they're a fucking rip-off, their prices are pretty comparable, but they don't all cover the same ranges and same products, right? So there will become... some of the repairs have to be here for like a month before I can fire that order off. It's just a matter of being in Australia. You can't be ordering shit every week, or you're just going to pay postage through the nose. So you got to save these orders up over at, say, a month. You got to order it, and then often they take 2 to 3 weeks to get here, maybe 1 to 2 weeks, depending, if there's anything on back order. So when there is a distributor specific part that only comes from one distributor, I will then compile that order around that part and fire it off to whatever distributor that is. But all the parts, even if you have to go with a Yagio instead of a Vichy or vice versa or whatever, the generic Jelly Bean parts are pretty well the same from all of them. And that way I've always got over the margin for free shipping, which is, I think, it's like $60, I think, generally. 60. I think RS Components pumped me up to $120, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I think I actually rang them. God, turning into a boomer. And they said, oh, we've downgraded your account. I'm like, okay, why is that? Oh, it's not a trade account. I go, well, it is. I go, oh, we need your ABN. I go, well, I entered it. Oh, well, we've lost it for some reason. So as soon as we cleared that up, it went back down to 60. RS Components I try to avoid in general because they cost way too much, and their minimum order quantities are ridiculous. Oh yeah, you want that switch? Well, you better be ordering 500 of them, or you can get fucked. Well, no, I just want 5. So they're more suited for... I don't know who their target market is, to be honest, because their pricing's not good. Their minimum order quantities suit production, but then their pricing doesn't match the others at that quantity. The only advantage RS has for us is that they have Australian warehouses where you can get shit literally the next day. So sometimes you're paying through the nose for shipping just to get a part overnight. That's the only reason I really use them. Anyway, where are we? Right. Oh, new guitars will be actually new shipping. Yeah. Okay, there we are. And then it jumped. You fucking piece of shit. Press Guitar Garage is sponsored by Manscaping. I did just get. I just went to the barber yesterday. I'm kind of enjoying going to the barber because I haven't done it for years because I've got no fucking hair. But now I've got a beard. I'm like, oh, I can go to the barber again and get pampered. So I went there and he gave us the trim and everything. It was out of control. It just turns into a thing. Hey Michelle, if you're watching, can you send me on my phone the photo of my beard all fluffed out so I can show everyone? Scott Wilcox, Lyle, I'm going to bring down my, I guess that means RevStar down with the basement on the 19th of September. Is that still okay? Oh, look at that. He's organising appointments through my chat. It's hard enough keeping an eye on Instagram comments, Facebook comments, email, SMS. Now he's got to deal with going through my chat comments to remember. Yeah. That's funny. You need a tax ID to buy from CE wholesale. Yes, I have that. Just make it up, man. Like over here, there's so many guys that are like part-time techs that don't have an ABN. I'm like, why don't you have an ABN? Like, oh, I don't know how that shit works. It's like, well, just apply for an ABN. You don't need to have any turnover. You just need a number to give to them so they can tick their box and then send you shit cheaper. It's fucking, just do it. You've still got to declare your income, but just declare it as fuck all, which it probably is. There's I think it's 20 grand or 15 grand or something. If you make less than that, it's classed as a hobby and you don't have to pay. You don't have to register for the GST, but I think you don't even have to pay tax. It's just hobby status. I might call my next video I can't play guitar, because I've been trying to make a video for 2 days and it keeps deleting everything because I'm sucking. Honestly, I think it's the temperature. What, is it too hot to play guitar there, Lyle? Are you getting like arthritis or something, or what's the go there? Does that affect your joints? Jesus, it's 8 o'clock. I'm just done by about 2 p.m. Huh. I'm not paying Google a penny for YouTube and I can avoid ads with Adblock Plus. Yeah, I probably should have done that, Wes. Maybe I will. I use NordVPN. Does what I need. Like you, I sub to YouTube Premium so I don't see the ads. Yeah. I just felt a bit, yeah, I probably shouldn't pay Google any money, but it felt a bit scummy when YouTube's the only medium I really use for video entertainment these days. Even for, like watching movies and stuff. And I don't pay them a cent. Like, I know it's Google, but it just seemed easier than having to install an ad blocker on every friggin' device I've got. Ah, Lane! How you going, champ? What's going on? Relaxing, I hope. Ad blockers don't work for embedded ads. Yeah, ad blockers don't work for shield channels either. I wonder if you can get an ad blocker that can just sense in their tone of voice and, hey guys, today I'd like to talk to you about, and then it just blocks out the next 5 minutes of video because it's just horse shit. Hey guys, today I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to this manufacturer of fucking guitar straps or something. I can't believe the Squire junk is almost $500. Well, where's, like we're saying, some of the Squire stuff's built better than Fenders, to be honest. So $500 is a pretty fair price. The Mexican-made Fender stuff used to be in the Squire price range is over $1,000. Yeah. Dunno, mate. Your best option for buying second-hand guitarists is just to have lots of drug addict friends and buy all their guitars off them. Get some drug addict friends that have rich parents, and then they'll need to keep flogging the guitars to get money. But their parents will keep buying them guitars again. That worked for me in the past. It worked really well. Brad's guitar buying tips. Oh man, a coffee. I have 3 different Squires now, average $200 each. Have upgraded pickups, electronics and hardware on 2 and about to do the same on 3rd. I'm very, very happy with the results. I am very, very with the results. I guess you mean happy, Rob. Maybe you hit the word count limit. I've noticed loads of reviewers need to stop buying pedals, guitars and amps and buy a freaking metronome and learn how to use it. I don't know, Scotty. I found most of the review channels to be pretty wicked players. They don't have many morals, but they're good. They've got good licks. I don't watch review channels. They fucking make me puke in my mouth. Everything's great. Everything's great. Everything's great. Just, you don't need to watch them. Just, you see a video. Oh, here's a new product. It's great because they reviewed it. They got it for free, so it's great. Fuck off. And then they come to our channels and, oh, everything's not great. Oh, you guys are so negative. Oh, fucking. No, this is reality. That is marketing bullshit. So, people just people have got to get better at knowing when they're being lied to. I can't believe people can't smell out bullshit anymore. It's just nuts. I think the world's just so full of bullshit that everything smells like bullshit. So how do you smell bullshit when everything's bullshit? If you smash your neck on the drummer, you best not miss. Yeah, I don't know. Drummers look like Neanderthals, but most of them are pretty friendly in my experience. Never seen any mention of PV guitars. I've got one but can't play it. Why not? Guess they're too shit to talk about. Well, no, the PV Wolfgangs were really good. The thing is, I think PV's pretty much done. If they're not gone already, they're basically a husk of a company. So they probably don't even have a marketing department or budget anymore. So I don't think PV's going to be around for long, to be honest. They pretty much don't have a spares department anymore or a tech support line. I don't know. They're just, someone's going to get the shits with them one day for not being a real company and just sue them into oblivion, and they just won't exist anymore. But yeah, their Wolfgangs are pretty good. I've had a few in and they're fucking fantastic. Probably 90s ones. But I really like the headstock design. It was a Floyd Rose one. It was a really nice guitar. Isn't Yamaha bringing back the SG? Oh, really? That'd be cool, Victor. I like the Yamaha SG thing. What is it, SG100? I get that mixed. I get their numbers mixed up with the Guild S100. Yeah, I'd love to get one of those S100 Guilds. I like Guilds. There's just so few of them out here, and when they are here, they cost so much. But essentially, at the moment, I don't even deserve to own a guitar because I don't have enough time to play it. I feel the same with amps. I feel like when I've got a guitar or an amp in my possession, it's wasted because there could be someone out there playing with it every night. Everyone's body is constructed different. Some people love wizard necks. Some people love baseball bats. Everyone's body is constructed different. Some are made from mainly lard and some from muscle. Had a PV Tracer. I like that guitar. I'm not aware of that model. Get a TS9, remove the clipping diodes. Boom. Clon. Yeah. I just don't like the filtering in the tube screamers. They sound like they take a lot of top end off. And you like me, you know me, Lila. I like a lot of top end. Makes up for my lack of top end up here. When I say perfect in reference to new high price guitar, I'm talking about manufacturer quality and finish. Yeah, makes sense, Rob. I knew what you meant. I'm just taking the piss. Have tons of guitars. Well, good for you, Alan. I was wondering if the ebony fretboard might be it. Maybe. Maybe the construction. Darkest guitar is neck, though. Mid-road is bolt-on and the epi is set neck. Neck through, sorry. Yeah. Morning, all. Hey, how you going, Brandon? Getting pretty interested in a Milkman amp. The ones that are about the size of a large pedal. What do you think of those, Brad? I'd stay away from them. They're just an ice power module. They're Class D, and I had one in recently. It's on one of the live streams. I didn't do a video of it. It was nothing. I don't think there was anything in particular wrong with it. It might have been a valve or something. I can't remember, but it's just an ice power Class D thing. Pretty overpriced, to be honest. Yeah, you could spend your money on better shit than that. What are they worth, actually? It's the Milkman. So, and also, if you let the Milkman in your house, it'll probably fuck your missus. So, Milkman pedal, $1,200. I don't know, man. If it does your job, then fair enough. I guess it's everything in the one box, which is kind of cool. It's 50 watts. I think I wasn't blown away by its sound, but by the same token, I didn't expect much from it, so it wasn't too bad. I'd probably look for a second-hand one, and, well, you can probably get a backup ice power module now before they're obsolete and just keep it in storage for when it blows up, because it's a pedal, it gets kicked around, it's high humidity, it gets beers spilt on it, and then you've got 240 volts going into it, and a Class D output stage with a 6-layer PCB, so yeah, it's not really built for the long term, but my biggest concern is when those boards go obsolete that the pedal's useless and it's a $1,200 pedal and it goes in the bin. So that sucks a bit. The Pork Chop Express, thanks for $5, mate. The next coffee's on me. Is that American dollars? No, it's Australian. Yeah, that'll get a coffee. Thanks, legend. I'll might go get one in a minute, actually. Do you guys feel like going for another walk? It's nice and sunny outside. It's always a bit risky when I switch it over to the mobile phone, though, because there's every chance that the stream could just cut out and disappear. RS is the least used one for me. Yeah, same here. 6. RS stands for rat shit. I only use RS if we need shit overnight, essentially. RS in their native country used to be aimed at the maintenance industry. Yeah, well, it's like the opposite of that, Nigel. It's like they used to be that, and they've transferred over to trying to be production, but they don't really know what they're doing. Yeah, I hope they know what they're doing, because I want them to be around, but yeah, I don't know. There's been some recent shift in philosophies at RS, and I'm not sure that the people doing it have really thought it through that much, but what do I know? I'm just a dickhead here in a shop in Emu Plains. Jesse, how you going, champ? What are my thoughts on Plek? Yeah, Plek's good, as long as it's used by a person who's not a complete fuckwit. I've had guitars come through here that have been Pleked that were like perfect, really nice fretwork and everything. And I've had others that have been Pleked and then the neck had like an S shape to it. So I think what happened there was it got Pleked when it was new, but the timber wasn't sufficiently aged. So the timbers moved after the plecking. But like any CNC, and this is coming from a man who managed to cut an F-clamp in half with a CNC machine. The CNC is only as good as its operator and how hungover they are. So, yeah, guys like Port Mac guitars know how to use them and use them very well. I can't speak for anyone else. They are a $150,000 machine, so I'd like to imagine that whoever's purchased it actually has the nous to figure the thing out and optimize it, but you never know. Like anything, it's all in the hands of whoever's operating it. YouTube Premium also means more revenue for the creators you watch. Yes, it does, 6. I forgot about that, but yes. Not arthritis, it just melts the will to live out of me. Oh, come on, man. I love the heat. Just make yourself a mojito and get to work. When I've been a guest on other channels, I start doing the sponsor segments, and it's taken willpower not to make rude faces. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, I saw that, Lyle. I saw it building up inside you, about to boil out your ears, and I thought, oh, shit, is he going to say something? Then he didn't. He just sat there and politely bided his time, but that made me giggle because I knew what you were feeling at the time, because we both think the same way about that subject. I've considered in future saying, let me opt out of sponsors. I don't want my face on that. Yeah, that's kind of like that, eh? Because if you're on a channel and you're getting interviewed and they're sponsoring something, you've sort of got no say over. You don't know what they're going to sponsor. You can ask them, but they probably will either not tell you, or they might take offense to it, or they might change their mind later. You are implicitly sponsoring whatever they're sponsoring. So if it's a pile of shit, like they're sponsoring, Mesa Boogie Amps, I'll just be, no, fuck it, I'm out, see you later. And I'd walk away. So yeah, that's a bit sponsorship. I don't think there should be sponsorships on interviews, because you are kind of, yeah, you're sort of implicitly, particularly if it's a good, like a big channel, like you're bigger than me, Lyle, in more ways than one. But you, as a small creator, like you just take whatever you can get, right? But if you're a big creator, they're kind of using your clout to advertise a product that you don't necessarily endorse. And then if you do endorsements on your own channel, and maybe that endorsement's for a competitor, is that going to raise issues with your pre-existing endorsements. I don't know. That's the fun of YouTube. That's why I just don't make money off it. It's easier. Well, I make $5 from the pork chop express. I'm happy with that. Yeah, the Masons, yeah. I mean, especially without being paid, but I prefer to choose my tricks, yeah. I mean, they work out for some of the sponsors, so I think that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of a grey area there, Scotty, I guess. They're better than a lot that are just like, hey, here's this random product. And I'll talk about it for 5 minutes and annoy you with it. What really shits me is when you've got a guitar or amplifier related channel and their ads are for something completely unrelated to music. Just like marketing or the Wix thing or whatever. It was super annoying. And when you see how excited they are about the thing, oh, yeah, check this out, because they think they're being a proactive marketing special boy. You realise that it's very easy for them to be disingenuous, and then you sort of step back from the channel a bit. If I want to buy a very inexpensive but decent pair of PAF humbucker clones, what brand model would you recommend? Jatuka, I would say Tone Rider. Go with Tone Rider. They're insanely good value for money. If I was going to start a line of guitars, which I might do one day, I would put them in by standard and I'd order them in bulk because they are world-class pickups. And you're talking, what, $180 for a pair of humbuckers? Like chrome cover, or, you know, cover, metal covers. That's Australian, so that's like $5-6 US, so. Hi, Brad. Don from Victoria. Hey, mate. Home built deluxe reverb. You supplied some replacement valves for it. Remember, don't lick the chassis. I hope that's working out good for you, Don. I had a chance to use those valves, I hope. Sorry about the confusion there. I actually sent Don an empty valve box. But I shipped him another pair to make up for it. So what happened was we had a champ here with blown 6v6, so we took one of the valves out of a matched pair, and instead of cutting the box off, because they're taped together as matched pairs, instead of cutting that box off and putting the single box back in, I think either me or Dad put the two boxes back in, but one used. So when he ordered a matched pair of valves, I've shipped down one 6v6 and two boxes. Whoops. Rob F. All my rich addict friends are mostly dead. Yeah, it's funny how that happens. Besides, none of them play guitars. Bugger. Jatuka, what's very inexpensive to you? Yeah, well, Tone Rider is probably as low as I'd go cost-wise without some kind of compromise. There's also, if you're in the States, I'm not sure where Tone Rider is distributed from over there, or if they're over there at all. I assume they would be. But there's also Golden Age pickups, which are available from StewMac. It's probably got the StewMac tax on it, but they could even be manufactured at the same place. Who knows? Maybe stamped differently. You don't know with this stuff. Peavy died with Hartley. Yeah, can't remember when that happened, but alright, I'm going to have to scroll down a bit because I'm seeing some actual electronics questions here. Yamaha never stopped making the SG. They only make high-end ones these days. Cool. Wouldn't mind getting my hands on one of them. I have a 1998. Actually, do you deal them? 6? Are you the tier dealer that Yamaha, you can sell those SGs? I have a 98 Wolfgang. Yeah, the 90s ones are good. Look for used SDs, 59s. Problem with used stuff is it's often the leads are too short and you've got to extend them and it's a pain in the ass. If you're going to try a few different pickups and you're not sure what you want to land on, I suggest just soldering it at the end, or only taking off an inch or two of the pickup wire length so you can resell that pickup. And if you are happy with it, then trim it and neaten up the wiring then. Otherwise you can still sell it and they can use it in other guitars that need a longer wire length. What talks me, that's a good thing to say, are sponsored channels that refuse to say they're sponsored. Yeah, like all the review channels. One backyard machining channel ended up with $1 million new equipment. with featured products but no sponsors. Yeah. Who was that? Jerry? Do you mind letting us know? Because I watched some of the machining channels. That wasn't A-Bomb, was it? Because we know he's got an actual company. He makes a lot off YouTube, sure, but he's a full-time, tradesman. Anyone know anything about the new Sun amps? They seem overpriced to me. Six is the one to talk to about that. He might have some news on his channel. You keep an eye on Dr. Gear 75 YBA. He may or may not have a bit of an interview coming up with someone. Scott, the tone circuit plays a huge role in guitar brightness even on full. Yeah, but it doesn't have a tone circuit, Lyle, because it doesn't have a tone knob. Stick with the resistor and cap. Yeah, that'll do the job. And play with the cap value to change your cutoff frequency. I don't know if it's true, but I believe Guild employees were original Epiphone employees. Really? I'll have to look at that. There you go, 470k and 22 nanofarad order to do. Have a play, Scotty, and get that soldering iron out and get it angry. I actually want that tone control hole drilled into it. The route is the standard one. They just didn't... Oh, okay. Right. Well, that's doable, as long as you don't mind another pot. Like, not being original and whatever. Otherwise, like I said, you could go a dual concentric pot or something like that. Use a 500k pot and then turn it until it sounds right. Measure it and replace it with a resistor. Yeah, boy. Poor man's substitution box. Hope it's under 40C here today. Yesterday sucked. Just bought a Squire Sonic Mustang with some new strings, 11s, setup tweaks. It's damn good. Poplar body much brighter than the old Bullet version. Poplar is super light timber. It's almost comically light. It's like one step up from bloody balsa wood. We used to make a lot of lightweight stuff out of poplar in the joinery industry and the shop fitting. Anything that was mobile, like a movable seat or something on casters, we'd make it out of poplar if it was getting laminated because it was lighter than MDF or chipboard but still strong. The only thing with the poplar was it was not very dimensionally stable. Like you get plywood that was like a big fucking pretzel. But when you built a box out of it, it didn't matter. It's just you'd be machining it on the flatbed CNC. And the CNCs have a sheet of MDF on it. And MDF is actually porous. So the vacuum pumps suck through the MDF and hold board down on the MDF. The compression cutter comes down and then actually cuts about 0.2, 0.3 mil into the MDF, into the sacrificial bed. And after a while, it gets full of tracks. It doesn't hold down so well. So there's a decking cutter, which is a large surfacing cutter, usually diamond tipped. It goes through and takes about 0.5 mil off the MDF and makes a fresh surface for it again. You can keep doing that to the MDF until it's down to about 9 mil or whatever, and it starts to bow up around the edges. But when you put a sheet of poplar ply on the flatbed CNC, it was hard to get it to stick down. And if it did stick down, you'd be like, okay, cool, go. And it would cut, and some of the parts would pop up while it was cutting, and the cutter would snap off or launch them across the factory, which was always fun. Always gave you a bit of a wake-up call. And in a joinery shop, when you're operating multiple machines and CNCs, if there's ever some kind of mistake or whatever, like something gets stuck in the saw and it goes, man, or like ping, something flies off the CNC, the whole shop goes, hey, and starts clapping. And then you got to stand there and do the walk of shame to go and fix it. But we did that once. Everyone went, way! And then they look over and the guy's fingers are missing. So, yeah, I don't think they did that after that at that shop. Oh, Glenn. Glenn with 3 fingers missing. He pops into the shop from now on from time and again. I can't speak. Ex-employee, ex-workmate Glenn. He's a legend. And he pops into the shop. I worked with him, 13 years ago. And he still pops into the shop every now and then to say, hi, bloody legend. He's into photography and he likes macro photography. So what he did was came in and borrowed some of my circuit boards that are just like parts units. Took them home and he put little Lego characters in a scene in the circuit boards, like they were walking around in a city. And with his like macro lens or his probe lens, he went in there and made it look like a street scene. It was like, I was kind of laughing at him when he did it, but then he showed me the results. I'm like, that's awesome. Pity he's too old school to use computers, so he's not on social media or Instagram showing off his photos. Who probably go viral. For Joni Mitchell fans, another record I like a lot is Used Guitars by Marty Jones, kind of in the Joni, Ricky Lee Jones, Sheryl Crow mode of singer. I like Sheryl Crow, she's a hottie. Dinner time, wife's order. See ya, Gooden. Probably already gone. Alright, I think we're slowly catching up. Plex machine for a small shop is not viable. That said, I love how my Plex strap feels. I consider it well worth the $250. Yeah, a $250. What's that? I guess that's actually more expensive if you go in US dollars. That's probably more expensive than fret hone here, done by hand. I spoke with Plex and I'm considering one in the future. Fuck off, 6. Come on, mate. They're not too bad price-wise for what they do and what premium you can get. Yeah, I just don't think they're that... no, they are quicker. They're a lot quicker, but is there some degree of hand finishing still required? Like, Golden Age are okay if you get uncovered. Oh, okay. So they're a little bit dark, are they, Lyle, when they're covered? The tone riders, I got the AC2 and AC4, even the covered ones, were actually pretty bright. They were good for that Akadaka tone, like the real, combined with a Marshall amp. It was really nice. One of my customers actually is... trying to think of the band name. Shit, mental blank. Oh, my brain's just not working today, eh? Mick Adkins. Plays in the Rose Carlio band. But he's got another band too. I've bought the album and everything. I can't remember. But yeah, I put a set of AC4s in his Ibanez Custom Agent, I believe it's called. And yeah, that's perfect for that Aussie rock sound, which he plays very well. I should get him in and do a demo one time with a Marshall amp, give him a 6-pack or something. Actually, I don't think he drinks much. I'll find some vice. Yeah, I customise all my guitars. They are tools to me. I don't mind it not being original. Yeah, that's bullshit to me. Yeah. Subbed. Who are you subbed to? Oh, Dr. Gear. Yeah, subbed to Dr. Gear. What, you're not subbed to Dr. Gear yet? Come on, guys. Get over there. Get over to Dr. Gear and sub on him. And yeah, maybe in 6 months when he makes another video, you'll enjoy it. Dr. Gear, does your shop have enough traffic to make a Plex viable? Sweetwater, Plex, my Strat. I don't think even the big local stores in Washington, DC area like Chuck Levin's have one. This city would probably not support a Plex machine in a chain store like a Single Guitar Center or Sam Ash. I'd probably not trust the employees. Yeah. So Guitar Center, it's the McDonald's Pizza Hut thing, eh? You go there, you know what you're getting, but it's just the culture's not built for artisanship. I don't know. A Plex is only as good as the person running the machine. Yeah, Rob, that's my sort of argument. But if they've got a good reputation, you know, they're probably really good with it. Take a guitar to EJ at Glazer in Nashville for stainless steel frets and plecking in a few years. Well, Lyle, in a few years, late next year, I'll just bloody bring my tools over and refret all your guitars, mate. Any tricks to loosen stiff pots? Yeah, well, sometimes just giving him a clean. Lubrication will do it. So I use this stuff here. Electro Lube EML. Oh, focus. Let's go back to the overhead cam, eh? Are we going to do any work today? EML contact cleaner and lubricant. Sometimes that's enough to loosen it up. Other times the lubrication in the shaft of the pot is hardened. So some solvent, a few cycles of solventing will sort it. sometimes you got to like soak the whole pot because everything's so toughened, and then re-lubricate it after. Soak it in like IPA or whatever. But I just replace the pot, mate, unless it's something of historical quality. It's not that hard to make economically viable here in Sydney, as there used to be a guy here that did them, plus we import pallet loads of used guitars. Yeah, well, that would be a thing. The covers are just crap quality. Oh, that's the ones where you see the hexagonal plating pattern on there. Like you're seeing the actual surface of whatever rolled the metal or pressed the metal in the former. It comes through the plating after a while. It sounds like a manufacturing fault there, Lyle. I've heard you talk about that a bit. The only finishing needed when done is 1200 grit and polish. Okay, so they don't polish. They also cut nut slots and can shape the top of the nut too. I don't know. It scares me a bit putting a guitar in a CNC. That's all I'm going to say. It scares me a little because I've seen CNCs glitch out. After all, they're a computer. I've seen them glitch out and cut the fucking bed in half and cost like 10 grand to repair. And this is like $1 million machines, so that I was for some reason put in charge of. One of the I was talking to Six about the old Biesi Rover A342 that I used to use. It was manufactured in 1989, and I used to have to program it with G-code, like line by line, to cut out parts and curves and stuff. Or like, machine hole sides, that kind of thing, your kitchen cabinets with the holes drilled. I used to program all that line by line, every friggin' hole, right? And it was on a monochrome screen about this big, and it had a membrane keypad that you had to enter the code with, and there was no way to check your code other than just run it and see if it fucks anything up. One day I was using it, and the computer glitched out, and the drive motors cut out. So normally the drive motors, they're servo motors, so when they're even not going anywhere, they're held tight. Like, you can't move the fucking thing. Like, you could attach a friggin' rope to it and try and pull it, it wouldn't go anywhere. But the router, which was a 20 kilowatt high speed development, is the brand, ceramic bearing motor. It's about this big, 3-phase thing. That was the actual router motor, and I had like a 20mm cutter on it or something. And we were cutting out pieces of timber, and when the machine's running, you can't hear the drive motors really. All you hear is the router and what its action is. So when it's under load, it goes like the revs don't really change because it compensates, and it's a 20 kilowatt motor, but you'll hear the load difference. Like, it'll go like you'll hear it as it's cutting. So generally, some of these programs would take a very long time to run. So you'd set the machine, you go off, you do something else, because I was expected to do like 3 things at once. I was cutting out pieces while I was running programs that I'd programmed on the CNC, as well as machining some other shit and edge banding, that kind of thing. So at one point I was like the only guy in the machine shop, and I was supplying like 20 blokes with work, so that was fun. So one day I'm chatting away with someone, we're talking about the intricacies of some job that I was expected to design as well as cut and machine, and I just noticed, hang on, the machine hasn't sort of changed tone for a little while, because using my ears I could tell if the machining was going correctly. Like, we'd be in a meeting and I'd hear something would change, and I'd go, oh, I've got to be back. And I'll run down and find out that the machine had paused or it locked up or something, because I heard the routing sound change. It wasn't what I expected. So this one day I smell something, and it's frozen, and I look over, and the drive motors had stopped drive, and the router was just dragging itself across this timber, just going wherever it felt like, because the head was being moved by the router tip cutting material, and it was just cutting the workpiece in half, and then went down into the bed, and oh god, just there was nothing I could have done other than stand there staring at the thing with my hand on the stop button ready for it to fuck up. But I was expected to do 2 other jobs, so I was cutting stuff on the saw and discussing intricacies of a job with someone, and then I got in trouble because I wasn't standing there watching the machine, even though I was expected to do all these other tasks. So yeah, CNCs are only as good as the operator or how much attention they are paying is what I'm getting back to. I just wanted to tell a little story there. Eventually they decommissioned that machine and sent it over to Iraq, I think, to rebuild the place after it got fucking leveled. And they upgraded to a BSE Rover C 9.4 flatbed, which was like a $600,000-$700,000 machine with all the add-ons. And I learned to be the only one to operate that too. If you're afraid of AI and automation, like taking your job, well, make it your job to run the automation, because it's not. Automation is just a lie. It's not automatic. There's still people babying it and stepping it through every step of the process. They just become that person. So I guess learn how to use a plaque. Be the person that operates it, but I don't know how much money there is on that. McDonald's, it's not even that good. It's like 7-Eleven in the ghetto. I don't play guitar. That's Don. I don't play guitar. The amp is for my son and we're 70, so not planning on learning guitar. And why not? My dad's learning guitar and he's 73. What is it, 73? Yeah, the hex shit, hence the lease. Yeah, that's not good if you got to replace the pickup covers on a new pickup. I kind of think that'd look cool though. Like a hex pattern in it. Like that's probably a model of bare knuckle that you got to pay extra for. Talk to Gear. I guess you're the one I need to talk to when it's time to purchase a black Fender Strat. Given how cheap the Aussie dollar is right now, the shipping costs aren't that bad to the other side of the world right now. I send half a dozen guitars a month to the US. Hey, that's good. Yeah, so everyone, take advantage of our Aussie dollar. Go on to Six's website, which I'll post you the link here. Order shit. Six will ship it. And you'll probably pay less than you get locally because our dollar is dog shit. And you'll keep Six's head above water. And I'll not have to listen to him whinge so much, which is fantastic. So here's his link. Go and have a browse, particularly in his secondhand area, which he maintains much better than I could ever maintain my website. I can source something that fits your specific desires. Mods, by the way, feel free to post anything, any links. You've got to be a mod to post a link. But yeah, if you guys want to post something or just promote your own shit, whatever, go for it. I trust yous. Just like Gooden, if you're talking about these songs you're discussing, if you want to post a link to them, go for it. Thanks, Brad. These pots are actually new. Don't remember ordering the stiffer ones, but that's what they sent. Might just swap them out. Kent, what brand are those pots? Because if they're Burns is available in 2 different torques, I guess you could say. It's either the lubricant or one of the friction mechanisms in there is stronger on one than the other. So you can get 2 pots that they look identical, same value, same taper, same construction. One of them's high torque, one of them's low torque, and you turn them. And one of them's like you can turn it with your pinky, and the other one takes a bit of effort. Some guys want the pinky one, other guys play like Neanderthals, so they keep bumping it and turning the volume down. So they want something with a bit more strain to turn it, a bit more torsion required to turn it. It's a taste thing. I worked at Garrett, Allied Signals, now Honeywell, and saw some very expensive CNC mistakes. I really miss the Allied guys. They gave me so much cool free stuff on Allied stuff. Maybe you shouldn't be saying that, Seth, but okay. CNCs were very fun and very, you got a huge fucking robot that does whatever you tell it to. Like, that's pretty cool. So I really enjoyed using the CNC machines. I always wanted to build robotic stuff as a kid, and I never had the chance to. It was cool to just walk in and have this $1 million robot at your disposal, which was fantastic. So I don't know that Shell's going to bring me a coffee, so I'm a bit worried about that. I don't think she's even watching. Don't really care about exchange rate, care more about purchasing from people I trust and giving them business to friends like Brad Lyle and Dr. Gear. Bloody oath, Rob. Jump on his website. There's a few things I've got my eye on over there as well. Every now and then he finds a gem. There's also one of my friends and customer is selling a Squier Contemporary Strat, and he's just dropped the pricing. So this is a test to see if he watches my channel. Alex, if you're watching, I'll buy that Squier Strat off you. If you're not, you can get fucked. Third coffee of the stream. My God, man. Well, that had 3 shots in it, so it's sort of, we're about equal. So, I've caught up on the chat. I think it might be time to get some work done, legends. So, let's have a look at the first amp. First, I'm going to go pee. So, I'll give you a quick break. Just going to switch over to the horrible video camera audio for a sec. I'm just going to change this earpiece over. It's okay when I'm just sitting there, but when I'm moving around, it's trying to scruff around in my beard and stuff. So, oh, how do I do this again? That way? No. That way. Yeah. That way. No. I forget how to do it. You can hear me, yeah? Is that one? Ah, that's that one. Yeah, right. Okay, you don't have to take off the thing, you just got to put the thing on the thing. And then that thing goes on that thing. No. I'm literally going to have to look up how to do this. thought you didn't have to. See, I keep telling you guys, I'm not smart. Alright, I'm going to have to look up how to attach this thing. I'm going to have to just leave it on. What model is it again? Audio Technica. Oh, it's in my bloody video description. That's not it. It's at my... Oh, it'd be fantastic if they showed me the actual one. Alright, wait. The computer takes 10 years to do everything while it's streaming. Oh, what? I haven't got the microphone in there. Oh, God. Sorry, legends. Bear with me. .404 not found. My God, man. You can't use the internet. Alright, fantastic. Manufacturer's got dead links. They're just as shit at internet as I am. .404 not found. My God, man. I don't know. I thought it went like that, but it can't, can it? So it's got to go like that, but then that doesn't have a bottom thing. So that's got to go like that. No. And that wants to be like that. So how does that work? So that wants to be like... On this side it's like that. Right. So that wants to be like that. Can't believe it's this hard. I told you I'm not smart. So that's like that. That's like that. So then how does that work? So that's pointing down. Oh yeah, I can sort of see this. So that goes that way, that way, that way. Alright, so you feed it on like that. Alright, I think that's there. So then that goes like that. And then change it from a massive head. Yeah. Glazed donut. I'll fucking glaze your donut in a minute. Alright, I think they're there. now it won't move around as I'm moving, so it won't scruffle around in my beard. Okay. And we're back. Sorry. Like I told you, man, I'm not smart. You don't need to be smart to fix shit. Alright. Got a package. Can I open up my package for you guys? An unboxing video. Oh, that blade is really fucked. Let's try and put a fallopian tube on his head. Yeah, something like that. You telling me you've never put a fallopian tube on your head? Oh yeah, marketing material. Accento Sound Solutions. The overpriced ceiling speakers that sound like us. What we got here then? Reverb tank. Yep, you go up there. Got a shitload of amphenol connectors. Actually, this is really good opening it from the bottom up, because that means all my parts are on the bottom and I don't have to dig through this shit. A couple of PowerCon things for speakers. Random connectors. And an invoice. From Wealth Components. Anything on back order? No. That's a first. Wow. So these things, you can just throw them on the grass and hose them down and they just disappear into the grass. It's like cornstarch or some shit. I don't know. Still got like 40 minutes till we got to open. I open at 9:30s on Saturdays just to, in case I want to go for breakfast with the missus or something to remember, you know. Remember what her name is from time to time. So I'll piss that off. I'll take it home, hose it down, and then throw out the cardboard. We recycle everything where we can. So what do we want first? Solid state or valve? Vote. Unflavoured Cheetos. Yeah, I have eaten one, let's be honest. Soy sauce, yeah. Fixes everything, doesn't it? Butt plugs. You wouldn't even feel that one, Scotty. Come on. Looks like he's... yeah, read that. Looks like he's trying to fit a fallopian tube. The focus of the overhead is now good. Yeah. I've become a Burns, I guess you mean. Audio taper convert. Love the taper of their pots and my guitars. So they do vary a bit. The 16mm ones are good. 18mm I think they are. But the 24mm ones, I find them, they cut off too quick as you roll off the volume. That might be good. It might suit you. You might like that. But I've found that they can be a little bit sharp in their cut off from full. But on the flip side, the CTS, there's no real travel. There's no real difference between 0 and 3. Like they're cut in at 3, and then from there on the tape is pretty good. I found the CTS quality to be a bit inconsistent though, like they're falling apart and stuff, like the guts are coming out of them, unless you get the dishback ones. But yeah, the Burns have tried to stick with the 18mm ones, and they come in these little kits, or they used to. I don't know if they still do. Potentiometer kits. Oh, look at me. Actually separated the kits into their own little box. Yeah, that overhead cam doesn't look great, does it? They're these little boxes. They're looking a bit dark there. What if I go auto? Nah. Same shit. Yeah, so they've got little boxes with the switch pots, which is handy. It's good to just have in your kit, especially if you've got like like if you're doing gigs and that, you've got like just a parts kit, because you know what guitarists are like. Well, oh, something's wrong with my guitar. It's like, yeah, that pot that you didn't change 6 months ago when you should have. So it's good to have that and a soldering iron in your kit if you're doing live sound, that kind of thing. But yeah, those 18mm ones are good. Yeah, sorry, that was the switch kit. This is just the standard. They call them design kits. Those are the ones come in 250Ks, split knurled shaft, plain shaft, and blend balance pot. So that's like it'll be used for a pickup balance. So they're pretty cool little kits. And then you've got the same thing but in 500K down there. I think they're on one of those run out specials. DigiKey have like once every blue moon. They're like half price or something. So I jumped on that and bought like 10 of them. So what are we going to work on? We're going to work on something solid state or something valve? Valve. Okay, we've got one vote for valve. You guys are all about the valves, aren't you? You think you'd never seen them before? Now the overhead focus onto the bench is much better. Camera mustn't like that new toy. It's something to latch onto. Yeah, it just goes out sometimes, man. When you zoom, like it'll go. Yep, there's my ring, my pink ass hand. You take it away. Sometimes it doesn't go back to the focus, or it takes a sec. Now I've set that to manual, but that exposure is changing. The focus is changing, but so is the exposure. So even though it's on manual, it's not really manual. Alright, that's 2 votes for valve, and no one else is paying attention. Good on yous. Oh, apparently I'm popular on Google. It's asking me to review everything. It's fucked. You review one thing on Google, and then it wants you to review every place you go. I've set it to remember my location because I sometimes need to. There's a customer calling me already. I'll talk to you later. I sometimes need to. I'll send back a message. Hang on. I'll call you back. I'll get back to you, Barry. Only Aussies will get that. Tube. Alright, well that's all. That's unanimous. So tube it is. Oh, let's hold it up for that camera. Ta-da! Princeton Reverb, silver face. Righty then. Can we get the droid cam happening again? That'd be cool. Did I have droid cam on here? I did that once before. How come it's not there anymore? Video capture. Droid cam client. Hollow state. Droid cam? There you are. No, I don't want to upgrade. Fuck off. Now, I think I've got to start it in horizontal. Targets. Start. Oh shit. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, cool. Alright. So, video capture. Ping. Oh, there we go. Look at this. Here's my stream setup. Can we do that on its own thing though? Cut. Copy. Let's just go. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Why is it not 12? Oh, hang on. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Alright, so Princeton Reverb. It's not focusing. There we go. There's a bit of filiform corrosion under the clean, which is pretty normal. Pretty dirty. Usual. I don't know how the jacks become this grungy. It's like people spray stuff on them and then the stuff sticks to the spray. But all in all, she's in pretty good nick. Grill cloth intact. Focus champ. I thought Panasonic was bad. Jesus. Samsung's even worse. Oh look, this is good. Action flick. Whee! So, just clean my lens, hang on. It's got a Fat Jimmy. Never heard of Fat Jimmy before, but made in USA. Oh, it's WGS. Looks old school. I haven't seen them around for a while. It's got a adapter. That's not stock. That's a jack. It's a 1/4-inch jack. So they put an adapter in there to use the pedal. Huh, that's weird. Yeah, it's the universal voltage one. Valves look to be some old school RCA or something. You can see a cracked base there. We'll see if that's still okay. No shields on any of the valves. All the shields are gone. Some questionable looking soldering. Cord looks to be replaced. Damn, does this just not autofocus or what? Autofocus continuous. Oh yeah, now it's working. You just have to set it. My God, man. So that's the thing. Let's, this is about the quality that a video used to be. And some of the other channels still are. So let's piss that off. And crack her open and have a look. Yes, yes. Good, good. Looks rather fendery. It does a bit, doesn't it? Sam suck. No droids, we don't like that kind here. Good old Star Wars reference. I asked Michelle if she wanted to watch Star Wars last night. The answer keeps being no. Will the muck come off the panel or is it permanently scarred? The muck is actually underneath the lacquer. So yeah, that's not coming off. Quarter-inch jack. Yeah, okay. So Lux Reverb had like 1/4-inch jack Wes or both 1/4-inch? Huh. Wonder if that was stock or not. Alrighty then. Let's get this thing open. So there's a mishmash of different size screws on the rear panel. And they're stripped. Good starting indication. Just for the reverb. Now this one's just for the vibrato, so that's weird. Might have been replaced by someone at some point and they only replaced one for the whatever pedal they had on hand. Might have been a more modern pedal and they wanted it to work with their old amp. So the other ones we can probably just pull the screws out. Yeah, so those screws are way too small. They're like probably 3/4 the diameter of the stock screws, so they're just stripped the hole out, or just not grabbing. So we'll replace those screws with the factory type. Who wants flathead screws anyway? They're a pain in the ass. Right, so we'll just do assessment stream like we do. I'm not going to power it up. Actually, what was the report on this one? Let me just have a look at the notes. One sec. Blatty distortion. General service, recap, wax removal from the board. I guess he's probably watched one of my videos. We'll see if that's required. Reverb driver valve replaced. With the 12AX7. Yay. Get in your hole. Oh, the pins are all crooked. Yay. And there's a gel. There's a gel-like residue. Who is teaching people to do this to their amps? Ugh. It's Vaseline or something, man. Come on, focus, champion. Don't make me manual focus you. There you go. Oh, too far. So there's a jelly, like a jelly substance on all the valve, on the valve base. So it's got just like a mineral oil type smell to it. Yeah, there's solder, somehow solder splashed on the bottom of that valve. There's a ball of solder stuck to it. I kind of want to do a real video on this one. I might put that back in and refilm it later once I've had a look. I like filming arse brand. Everyone loves a good arse tube, don't they? I kind of like filming when I first open, so the surprise is genuine. But I've got you champions on live stream, don't I? So we can't do that. I'll come back and do the same job twice and waste time and spend money. Oh, no Michelle with coffee. Damn it. I hope it's not silicone grease. No, it smells like a mineral grease of some sort, but it is like white, like clear. Had 2 foot switches, one from the 60s, one from the 80s. Yeah, so the 80s would have been the 80s concerts. I thought they were still RCA, but they might have been Jack at that point. Pretty good shape. The concerts are actually little sleeper amps. You can turn them into weapons, and you can get them for nothing. I did one a while back, and the customer was over the moon with it. Cosmologically. Little planet emojis. I like them. Brad, you must be known to work miracles. Most of the work you get in is just wrecked. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if I'm just getting the stuff that no one else wants. Every single... It's mainly silver faces. People just really disrespect them. Black faces. Oh yeah, don't even look at it. Don't touch it. Don't talk around it. Look. But silver faces just get disrespected. People mod them and fuck with them, and it's a shame. I prefer Final Net hairspray on my tube pins for that all-day hold. Yeah, you spray it on your delay pedal, and it just holds. I bet my Bogan amp would sell in a hot minute down there. Yeah, probably. Hope that amp doesn't as much work as Brad's last set of Fender. Yeah, really soldering with the valve in. I mean, you can do that, but just don't get solder everywhere. Might be KY. We can only hope. It did go in pretty easy. Sonic Audio, have you ever worked on a Bell and Howell filmer sound? Yeah. I think that's good for hobbyists, Scotty, but there's no way to make money doing that. The topology of the amp's not really suited. But yeah, like Lyle says, trendy. Someone does one on YouTube and now everyone wants one and wants to do the same thing, but they don't want to pay for the price, because when you're watching an edited YouTube video, you don't realise how long shit took. I've got my first customer. I'm not even open yet. Guess I'm going to have to open 20 minutes early. Sorry, champions, just opening the shop up. Get some vibe music happening, you know, so it's not a quiet, weird place. Back in a tick, hang on. Alright, we're open. There's a guy sitting in the car park staring at me. Not sure who it is, can't remember the car. Might drink some water today. That's probably a good idea, isn't it? I've got a soda stream at home. Right, let's get this thing out. I know how much you guys love swallowy noises. Tried one Filmo sound conversion and just ended up putting 5E3 in it. Yeah, it's a thing that they're old school pre-guitar optimized circuits. I mean, the 5E3 is not even guitar optimized, but right. Get rid of the cab. I'll check that speaker. I'll give it a sweep. Doesn't appear to be any scratching when I gently move the cone. Alright, so we've got a Philips 5AR4. Just get some cable wrap. Pre-caring about tone, yeah, it was sort of, if they just made noise, it went out the door back then. The Vox Cambridge was pretty ugly inside too. Yeah, Voxes can look pretty fucking scary when you first open them. But once you trace them out and everything, it's actually pretty logically done. Is it Bogan or one of them just looks aesthetically really nice, and I think that's the main reason people go for them. It's like the crinkle black coating and a cool screen printed front panel. So they'd be contenders for just gutting and building something cool in. Just ordered the Ditto Plus so I can install loops to the computer and then reload them as needed. I'll build up a library of loops for testing amps. Yeah, a loop is probably something I should get to. Alright, so straight away, that's suspicious. There's a can clamp on the cap. Now, anyone that knows these knows that those caps were just soldered with their tabs, but the hole's too small, I think, for this one. It's a Ducon. So is Ducon Australian? I think Ducon's Australian. I think that one's been replaced at some point, but still ancient. Is there a date code? Oh yeah, made in Australia. Alright, so see that? 24, 24, 24. Microfarad. 500 volt. So that's an Australian made replacement cap, and they've used the clamp there because it's an aluminium housing which you can't solder to, and it's a different diameter, and they've drilled holes and put the clamp on there. So let's get this on blocks, flip it over and look at the horrors within. Transformer's loose, and I've got a customer. Alright, legends. Apart from the 1 watt carbon comps of burning the power supply, the Cambridge isn't a bad circuit. Always fun wrapping your head around the power standby wiring on those. What's so different about that? I'm gonna have to look at that now. I'm curious. Corrosion that affects structural integrity or prevents good grounds. Still pretty rare. The rest is cosmetics. Yeah, I think, didn't you have some issues with the aluminium and the steel interface, like not grounding properly there, Lyle, or am I remembering incorrectly? Actually, I got the pairing right on first try. Spent a lot of time looking for pictures of anyone who had done it before, and the switch was confusing. I would give you a cookie if I could. Most people mess that up horribly. Alright, get me blocks out. Still got audio, no flat batteries without me realising this time. Oh, let's see if we can find evidence of that grease. Which valve did I remove? That one. See, it's auto exposing still. So, what? Iris? Yeah, well, it's set to manual. Why is it auto exposing? Is my ISO set to? I don't bloody know. It's on auto. Yeah, that's what it should be. Alright, so flick back over to auto white balance. Let's get the grey card out on this bitch. Alright. Grey card. Auto. Click. Take sample. That looks better. More neutral. Alright. See that? The exposure is changing even though it's set to manual. Can I actually see evidence of it changing? No. Wait a minute. It's not changing on the preview. No. Okay, so when you click over to the actual iris setting, it's changing the iris automatically unless I've got the iris opened. F2.8. What the hell? Okay, this is doing weird shit now. Damn it, Penny boy. Why you gotta fuck with me? Anyway. So yeah, there's grease all over the socket. Let's blow it out a bit so you can actually see it. It's hard with these contrasty things, but there's grease shit all over the socket, so that's not good. Alrighty, so your typical hack tech cap job. So this one's had one recap, which was done okay-ish. With the multi-section can cap. Cleaning up some tabs. I've got half the world open on my internet. Alright, so normally you had 4 sections in the stock form. So 420 microfarad, 450 volt sections. Just trying to find a schematic I can show you. I'm on Rob Robinet's site, which is flooded with Google ads. So fuck that. I'm going to get one on off my drive. Sorry, just reading the chat. Now I want Chinese. What, because of the grease? Who the hell does that? Everyone that owns a Silverface. Fucking spraying WD-40 in there. No, WD-40 usually goes a weird brown greasy thing that like oily, whereas this is like a grease. It's got body to it. I want to kill people who use WD-40 for that shit. Yeah, I make better stir fries than I can get from any of the delivery joints, but I'm lazy tonight. It's not hard to make better stir fries than takeaway joints because it's not slathered with fucking grease and oil and shit. It's fresh. Thing is, you need to cook something. You need the proper wok hay, and you need to cook it super hot, stupid hot, like so hot the water doesn't even fucking touch the thing. It just evaporates as soon as it touches it. Anyway, back to you got me hungry now. I fucking haven't had breakfast, man. There's no nibblies here either. I don't have any muesli bars or fruit. Oh, I've got fruit. Michelle ate my last banana. Damn it. That's what you get for leaving her in the shop. Princetone. I'm about to do a bit of a deep dive into the Princeton and finish building one. Sorry, my nose is doing that whistly thing. AA1164. I think that's this one. Alright, let's see if I can show you this one. Come on, computer, for fuck's sake, wake up. I'll pour a coffee on you so you wake up. Desk share. Alright, so, rectifier output, 420 volts, supposedly. 1, 2, 3, 4 sections of cap. Now, if you look at the layout, one, two, three, 4 sections, yeah? 1, 2, 3, and then D, section D is 240. So you notice that's a 4-section can cap. And if you notice here, this is a 3-section can cap. So they've disconnected, what, one node? Fuck, let me zoom in. My camera kung fu's up to shit. Alright, that's a very contrasty shit look. What is wrong with this piece of shit? It didn't look that bad last time I checked. Anyway. So yeah, you've got 1, 2, 3 nodes, that's ground. That one's been disconnected. These ones are still in use. That one's your ground. You got solder splashes all over the caps. You got 2 caps piggybacking on here. They are Panasonic caps. That one's touching a screw underneath. That one's touching a bunch of other shit. That one's almost shorting out on its own lead. This resistor's been replaced. All the wires have been melted. This bias cap, I guess, no, that's not a bias cap. They've just paralleled another cap to there. They've grounded that on the screw down here. They've thrown 2 heater balance resistors there. Nothing particularly wrong with that, but it's mounted to the transformer hardware, so that's shit. It's just your typical Fender thing where everything's done really shit, and you know, they've recapped that, but they've left the original bias cap in place. They've thrown 2 resistors to ground over that. What value was that initially? That was 22k. What have they got? 22 in series with a 2.7. So they've lifted the bias voltage to cool it down a bit, probably. But yeah, that's the typical shit workmanship that you see in all these amps. It's every one of them. Silverface amps in particular, but it just really annoys me that people got paid for this and probably got paid more than I'm fucking charging, or maybe not. Alright, I'm going to set this to auto because it's starting to shit me. There we go. Yeah, so up the front end you've got some replacement bypass caps floating in midair. You got a bunch of, what the fuck's that? An extra cap. What? Hang on a minute. Cap. There, where's that go? That one's almost touching another cap. Yeah, it's got a pretty big waxiness to it. Lots of crap stuck to the wax. Every single wire pretty much is melted by the soldering iron barrels. Almost every wire has got big melts on the jacket. Almost to down to the conductor. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a big one there. They really sat on that one. That's actually turned to charcoal. Melt there. Melting. You got the heater wirings all melted up here where they're probably going to touch each other at some point. They're almost touching. Moving along here, you got more burns here. Got another big burn there with the wiring exposed. The wire dress has been disturbed and just shoved wherever. So this amp would have many different issues and certainly not optimized. So I'm going to factor in, well, obviously a fucking recap. But yeah, almost a rebuild again, you know. Beautiful day outside, Brad. Just got back from my morning walk through Wayland Reserve. Where's that again? That's at Glenbrook. That's opposite the bowling club, yeah? I should go for a walk and just leave this on the bench to stop and think about what it's done. So yeah, pretty much not a full rebuild, but I'm going to figure out what was sort of this shit going on here. Did they need to replace these caps? Probably not, because it's in this area. It's probably got leakage, because that's a really bad leakage point right there. So they've replaced this. You can tell how the fuckwits have thought they were thinking. You can tell what they were thinking. So they would have replaced that cap because they thought that cap was leaking, because it was actually leaking from that point to that point through the board. And they would have replaced that, and it was still leaking. They would have just gone, must just be how it is. So that's what you get on these kind of jobs. So I think I'll remove them. I'll see if I've got some of these original ones floating around in my stash and replace them with them. So it's back to stock. Figure out what the fuck's going on here with that cap. Check the others for drift, which we can do right now. Fix up all this bullshit over here. I'll probably put a new chassis can cap there. Get rid of this dog shit. Rebuild the bias supply. Clean all the shit off the valve sockets. Check the valves for viability. Remove all the mounting points off the transformer hardware. Hard solder them to the chassis. Check the mains wiring. It looks like someone's redone it. The soldering on the switch is not great for mains connections. We want it to be optimal. Replace the... Keep moving around. Replace the 1/4-inch jack there with the proper Switchcraft RCA to match the others. Replace the plug on his foot switch if we have to. If not, supply him with a vintage style foot switch. Yeah, anyway, so let's go wide angle to get the full scope of this horror. Check the plate resistors. 109, borderline, it's on thin ice. 108. 112, out of tolerance. 107, within tolerance. 1.6 on the cathode. What's the slope resistor doing? 110, that's out of tolerance. Probably not the end of the world though. These, yeah, down here as well. You can see the, I reckon he's had problems with the bias running away. This is another way you can see what they thought they were thinking. So they've replaced these two down here with what look like the Repro carbon comps that you can get from CE or wherever. That's the bias feed for the output valves. So I reckon he's had a runaway bias condition and he hasn't been able to pull it back in, and he's just changed random shit. And then he's cooled back the bias by this shit down here. And again, what was probably happening was conductivity from this point to this point through here. So yeah, Tech doesn't know what they're doing, but probably has a loyal following. So that disgusts me. I'm going to put that away, and I'm going to quite a bit, because there's quite a bit of work required. But honestly, it's been recapped once and then recapped on the recap. Just do it properly the first time, you fucking hack dickheads. I shouldn't say that. It might be the customer that did it. Alright, shush, take all that back. Take all that back. If he's not a tech, that's excusable. But if he is a tech, that's not. I've got to watch what I say. Alright, what's next? Valve or solid state? Valve or solid state? What are we looking at? What have we got in the chat? Chewbacca would have never done such garbage work. Yeah, I don't know. He's got pretty big paws. Oh, what? What? Hang on. They see, they put 100 ohm faux center tap, but left the transformer center tap grounded. Really? I don't think the heaters were center tapped on this one originally, were they? I need to have a look. Red, yellow, green and yellow, yeah. That'd be the heater center tap. Yep, it was originally grounded. Oh, wait. Someone's drawn that on the schematic. Maybe you saw this schematic. So that's the bias ground. No. There is no heater center tap on this transformer. That would have been pretty funny though. Yeah. The orange one's the bias tap. I reckon this is an aftermarket transformer then, because you used to get the bias tap from the HT. Unless that is a heater. Hang on. So it's red and white. A simple way to find out. We just gonna reconnect them anyway. Let's just desolder them and have a look at what's connected to what. Red, yellow, green and yellow. Okay, there's no green and yellow. It's just orange and red and white. I think this has its own bias tap, bias winding, but I might be wrong. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there should not be any bias center tap, no, but there's no bias tap. It's derived from HT. Yeah. Yep, because it's coming off the HT, yep. It's coming off the red, yep. So, okay. So that means that must have a heater center tap as well as the resistor artificial center tap, but it's a different color coded wire. Let's burn my finger, eh? I don't want to cut it because I don't want to lose any length. But it's wrapped around the eyelet 10 times. Oh, there goes the cap. Come on, champ. Oh my God. Nope, none of them are the heater center tap. So what the hell is that then? Alright, so that's that one, 189. No, is that a is it just a shield? No, nothing. Alright, so what the hell is that connected to? Must just be a shield thing. Yeah, orange shield. Yeah, so there's no center tap for the heater on this model. It would have been pretty comical though if that was the case. Ha! Yeah. Castanets. Yeah, are you talking about this? Alright, so what are we doing next? Valve or solid state? Valve or solid state? Yeah, the bias is coming from the rectifier tube, yeah. What else we got? Excuse me. I'm going to punish you with a solid stator. Oh God, why did I even take this in? No current draw at all. All right, well, I love the definitive ones, eh? Kind of screws that. Torx, yep, Torx. So this is a JBL Professional Eon 612 from a local school. I said, man, you're probably better off just getting a new one. He said, "Oh, I'll get you to check it out. It's all right." Ooh. Alright, considering there's no current draw at all. Okay, it's got a little RF connector. That's pretty high tech for the Bluetooth, I guess. Disconnect that. LED indicator. We've got 2 jacks where there's no marking as to what's what, so I'll take a photo of that. I'll take multiple photos of that so I don't lose it. Helps if you take the lens cap off. Autofocus would be nice. There we go. Oh, the video. Fuck. That gets me every time, eh? Piece of glue just fell off. Oh, why don't they put top handles on? Like, there's no handle on the top, so you got to grab it like that. Just put one on the top. Now, I've got to be very careful now because I've got a couple of amps, a couple of FM212s, so I can't get them mixed up. Send the wrong one to the wrong customer. Almost done that once or twice when you've got 2 identical amps in. Alright, so you can see there that cap's got the foreskin pulled back. No major bulging. We've got a fuse down here that has heat shrink on it. Down there. It's a pigtail fuse with heat shrink. Let's check that for continuity. And she's open. Hence our no current draw. So why is she open? Alright, let's start excavation. An assessment of the construction techniques. So what often happens on these is you get a broken lead somewhere, often on the inrush current limiter. That's why they slather these things with silicone, which is kind of not a bad idea. Makes working on them a bitch, but it makes them less likely to fracture leads and break, because the whole box vibrates when it's getting cranked, and these things will vibrate back and forth until they snap off at a weak point. But that would not blow a fuse. That would just go open circuit, and a blown fuse is caused by something else going short circuit, and the fuse saying, "Nah, man, nope, 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 nope," and going open circuit. So let's look at the bridge rectifier. I can't access its leads without removal of the board. And let's look at the primary MOSFETs in the switch mode power supply as our first port of call. And if they all measure alright, we'll start looking at the secondary side and see if any caps have gone short or anything like that. Generally, we'll cut open that fuse, see what value it is, and see its condition as well, because visually you can tell a lot from a fuse just by the way it went open circuit. They're not glued together, are they? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. IEC. Oh, there is one more screw. This is why you don't force things. Yeah, it is a lovely timepiece. That reminds me of the Eric Clapton album, Timepieces. Was that a compilation? We've got one more wire hanging on still. That's probably is that a thermal? Oh no, that's to the switch. And that is soldered, so we've got to desolder that. And that we've got to be cognizant of which. Oh no, it's just two connectors, doesn't matter. Two conductors, doesn't matter. It's got that funky lead-free. See you, Lyle. Just in time for me to get new batteries. That's the beauty of having a chat that's reasonably recent instead of reading back 3 hours, because you can actually see if something's gone wrong. JBL. Jibble. Where's my Jibble schematics? Eon series. More schematics I'm probably not supposed to have. Fuck them. They make stuff that blows up. We'll fix it. So that's a 612. Eon 600 series. We're getting closer, legends. Service manual version A. So I guess the 6 is like, 612, 610, 615, blah blah blah. That's just the different speaker sizes. Go on, download. Open. All right. Yeah, it must be getting pretty late over there. What is it? Oh, it's only 7 o'clock, mate. What are you on about? I haven't even had brekkie yet. All right, let's find this schematic. Power supply. Let's share the screen, eh? I'm in a sharing kind of mood. Alright, there's a PSU at the bottom. It's got some shit going on, yo. No, that's the amp. Power supply at the top. No. So just finding the power supply is a bit of a pain in the ass because everything's so tiny. You gotta like recognize the architecture from zoom way out. Ah, here we go. Very easy to read this schematic, isn't it? This is typical of the third-party Asian manufacturer schematics. They all look the same. Alright, so let's just test across the MOV. See if the MOV... I'm getting ahead of myself, so let's see if the MOV is okay. .8 ohms. I don't think it's exactly as per the schematic, so bear with me, champs. Where's the Fusey McFuse face? There it is. ACN. Pin 1 and 2, yeah, AC in, fuse 1. I don't think this schematic's showing anything like what we've actually got. AC in 1 and 2, yeah, sweet. AC in 1 and 2, showing no resistance, but it goes via the fuse. So if you measure to the other side, no short there. So I think we're still looking at a secondary issue. When I say secondary, I mean the other side of the transformer. Alright, so looking at the other side of the transformer, let's get a little hand tool. Alright, so that's showing heaps of unterminated connections on the secondary, which this doesn't have. Alright, so when I'm metering out all this stuff, I'll just show you, hang on. I'll go back to the view where you can't see the meter. Yay. Alright, so we've removed one. So watch this. When I measure the grounds, the cathodes on the center pin, see it sits at 339 ohm. 339. If we go to showing you the voltage drop of a Schottky diode, which is about what we expect. Now when I measure the ones that are in circuit, just short them out, hang on. So cathode in the center, see it rises, keeps going until it goes open line. That's the caps charging up. I short it out. Measures are short. It stops at 780k. That one goes to like, that must be the negative rail, hang on. 470. So that's the multimeter charging up the caps. So there's a chance that maybe it's just a spontaneous failure of the fuse. So what I might do is open up that fuse and have a look, because it's covered in heat shrink. I'm going to have to remove it, just see if it's like a fracture or if it's properly vaporized the fuse wire. Just getting some some leaded solder back onto those pads. This is not the tool for the job. That center pin must be connected to a large ground plane. This is taking a lot of heat. Jerry, 3 hours is nothing, mate. Were you here for the 8-hour stream? See you, Scotty. Yeah, I never really had the stream be sort of self-sufficient on chat before. I always had to work while I was talking, but now it's getting to the point where you can just sit and have a chat for the first hour or two and then move into some work. So let's remove that fuse, have a look at it. Sometimes the fuses get fatigued in speaker boxes and they just fracture. In which case you can just replace the fuse and all is well. Just got a phone call, hang on. So this is one of those situations where the wire is only just smaller than the hole in the board, so it's really difficult to get out. The glue's holding on to everything. Can't really get down there because of the heat sink next to it. Got him. Always use the same type fuse or install fuse holders. What do you mean, in this situation, or? Generally I'll use whatever the construction was intended for. So if it's a pigtail fuse, I'll order a pigtail fuse. I'm not going to just go throwing fuse holders on the back of PA speakers. But if there's a situation like a fuse isn't mounted very well, or it's like heating, it's like the heater fuse issue with a lot of Fenders and other brands, 50 PVs and 5150s and shit. It might be better to mount them on a fuse holder if they're required, or just bypass them. You don't bypass fuses unless you know what you're doing, but heater fuses are a bit silly. Alright, so it wasn't a violent vaporization, but it wasn't a fracture either. It's somewhere in between. We can tell from that it's a T3.15 fuse. Time delay 3.15 amp. So yeah, no like vaporization in there or anything, but still have a feeling that something's not right with this thing. So I don't think we'll just go whacking a new fuse in there and thinking all's good. A little bit sus on that cap there. It's only got 100k on it, and the other one, its mate's got its mate over there has 1.3 meg. Ah, you fucker. Probably want to replace this one anyway because its sheath is pulled back like it's overheated. Need to put a smaller tip on this iron. that warm up for a sec. $280K, bros. That's not good. And staying there too. Since its mate looks a bit heat affected too, let's remove it. But reading much higher, and we'll compare the two. Two are the same caps by the same manufacturer in the same amp. So that's at multimeter voltages. When it's got the full rail across it, it's going to be a lot lower than 200K. Did I just desolder the wrong cap? Yes, I did. Oh my god. Dumbass. I'm gonna have to order some pigtail fuses actually. I don't think I got any. And sorry, just to clarify before, when I thought I had a short, that was just the windings of the secondary on the transformer being low impedance. 393K. Really? So just let's compare that with a new cap. What we got here? An Ichicon. So it's, yeah, it's charging to the multimeter voltage, not going beyond it. So that's showing a little bit of residue underneath, and that was the. Well, it's showing under both of them actually. You look in there. Oh, fuck, too far. There's like a slime come out, and you can see it started to corrode. Started to corrode that pin there. That's that hole in the circuit board. Sorry. So I reckon those caps are on the way out, and that may have been triggering leakage at high voltage enough to overcurrent it. See there, that one's slightly bulging and pulling back the insulation. So we'll go down that route since there's no hard short anywhere. Replace that fuse and see what we're sitting at then. So I don't know, other than that, if there's still problems after that, we'll probably just look at a new board, because these things are multi-layer and shit, and it's not the most fun to work on. Anyway, I'll put that one aside for now. I'll do some proof of concept testing just to check that that's That's what's going on before ordering the actual most suitable parts for it. Quick clean up. Might be time to start looking at having something to eat soon because I'm starting to feel a bit hangry. FM212. What's the report on this one? Power's up, no signal. We all know the usual cause of failure on these things is the DC. The low voltage supplies failing, and then that makes the output swing wildly to one of the rails, and then that blows up the speakers. So let's just check the speakers are good. 8.7 ohm, yeah, that's what we'd expect. That's a win. Very loose connections. Just disconnect the reverb, take note of which connector goes where, although, no, I'll check that anyway. So, it's all well and good to mark, you know, this one's red, this one's white on the reverb connector, but what if the previous guy got it wrong? Alrighty, is anyone still watching? I haven't been keeping track, sorry legends. 25 watching, that's alright. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. It starts to get a bit dead around this time once you've been streaming for 3 hours or so. I think it's more lively when I'm sitting here just talking shit at yous. Don't forget to change the chat to live chat instead of top chat. It's all messages on the mobile app. It's a bit annoying that it defaults to top chat. I think that suits channels where there's 15 million people chatting all at once, but on small channels like this you miss half the comments because it still cuts them off. I think I'm going to calibrate my monitor. It's a bit bluey. I'm looking on the phone, it's a bit reddy. Orangey still. It's taking a bit of a hit to the back. You can see a dent on the chassis. And the screws have like dirt and stuff in them. You got to dig that shit out before you can get the screwdriver in there. Alright, just trying not to rip the Tolex off. It's also got a film, foil, sorry, that's gets caught in the chassis as you're pulling it out. It's like, if they made the chassis like 1 mil wider, would have been fantastic. It's like the chassis only just fits in there. And then they put 2 layers of Tolex and foil there as well. And they don't deburr the chassis, so it's very easy to rip up the shielding foil. Almost everyone that comes in that's been opened before has that happen to it, but if you're careful you can keep it intact as we have done. Get rid of the cab. Alright, so yeah, we've got the usual heat issues in the output section, the low voltage section. But let's fire it up. Just do some quick measurements to see that the thing's actually failed as I expect it has, but let's confirm that first. So in this area, on the input, we've got, these are going to the main rails that supply the output stage, so the full plus minus 50 volts, whatever it is. It's got these dropper resistors here, which in combination with those Zeners form like a very crude, inefficient regulator, which brings it down to plus minus, I think, 16 volts on this model for the low voltage, the op amps and stuff to run off. That could have easily been achieved with some linear regulators for probably cheaper, like less cost, and much more efficient and much less heat generation. But for some reason, Fender don't like using linear regulators. Like, they're pretty new technology. They've only been around for the last like 60 or so years, so Fender's not 100% sure that it's viable yet. They just like to give it another 30 or 40 years before they start using them. So this is the cause of failure in many Fender amps, particularly the Hot Rod series. Not so much the Blues series because there's lower voltages and current required there, but they all use it and they all overheat and they all cause damage to the board, and that's probably the case here. So what we'll do is give this thing some power. We don't need to give it signal just yet. I just want to check some voltages just to see what's going on before we try and give it signal and see what's where the signal's cutting out. If the voltages aren't there, we won't have signal regardless. So like all troubleshooting, you start with the voltages, because without them you don't have anything else. It's like checking the pulse of a decapitation victim. Drawing 24 watts, so we should have like 50 or so, something like that on one side. 43 minus 43, and on the other side of the resistor 16 and minus 16. Okay, so the low voltage supply, although it is damaged from the heat, is currently supplying within tolerance the correct voltages, so that hasn't failed. So what I'll do is I'll just power it off again. I'll get my little speaker connector and see if we can get any signal out of this thing. It might be something in the preamp. Very loose connectors. Got to find some good spade crimps. The female ones are easy to find, but the male ones are a bit harder. They're all a bit pissy. Oh, my nose is doing that whistly thing. Sorry if that's annoying. Oh, I think I've got another customer. Oh, one thing, teachable moment. First thing I'll test if there's any DC on the output. Don't plug a speaker in until you tested that. 3 millivolts. That's not going to hurt anyone. Now this is a bit tricky because my scope's died. I haven't got a scope here to troubleshoot, so hopefully we're not signal tracing, or I'll have to move over to the second bench. Set everything except the volume to midway. Which on a Fender is 6 because they go to 12. It's one more better than 11. Power up. Hearing very weak signal. Okay, we have signal. Got a customer. Oh, champions. He's just picking up his Jackson Soloist, did a refret on it, stainless steel. Alright, so where were we? We've got signal intermittent. Now it's actually behaving itself because I've disturbed it, but the effects loop jack was playing up. Now it's okay. What happens is they get corroded. You get this tarnishing on them, and it doesn't conduct well. So then just using it once or twice will often clear it up, as is the case in this one, but sometimes you've got to replace the jack. Well, we've got that out. I might replace it anyway, because I do have them in stock, and it is starting to corrode. And while we're there, we'll address this shit, the low voltage supply. Make that a bit sturdier, which involves either new resistors lifted off the board with standoffs or crimps. Same goes for the diodes. That's if the circuit board is in good nick. If the circuit board's got issues, I'll throw some turrets in there and mount everything on turrets, and that makes it pretty indestructible. And then just check everything else. Usually there's a couple of cracked solder joints around the input jacks and the sockets, that kind of thing, but not the end of the world. And you know, they're cheap amps, not very high performance. The distortion sounds like it's got a blanket on it, but for schools and stuff, once you've done that stuff, they kind of are bulletproof after that, and they just keep running. And kids abuse the shit out of amps, eh? Like, they kick them for fun. I know, because I used to as well. So we'll move that one on. Next one, Carvin. Not very often you see him with a bag. R600. No fault description on this one, so makes me a little bit worried. Ooh, you got some tape over the speaker outs. Okay, so they're running it in bridge mode. It's good hints. 4 range, 4 ohm minimum. Alright, so there's no user accessible fuses on this one, so we're going to have to take it out of its little cab. These are nice amps, I like these things. I had one a while back and it was a killer machine. It's got all the stuff you want in it. It was a real shame that Carbon went down, because they built some pretty amazing shit at a pretty accessible price point. I mean, you got graphic, you got biamp, you got parametric mid-sweep EQ, you've got a gate, you've got a crossover, you've got a bloody compressor, you got everything you could possibly need in the one box. Effects loop, EQ bypass, and you can change the frequency crossover point of both amps individually. You can run them in bridge mode. It's like the Swiss Army knife of bass amps, and I like them, and you can pick them up reasonably cheaply. And there's a dead bug. Oh no, not dead. Oh fuck, do I have to fumigate this fucking holder? I think it's just the one. How are you still alive, champion? Amp's been here a month. Let's vacuum him up. Oh, that didn't feel good. What? Why are the screws not coming out? What's going on here? Oh, it just mounts through these screws, I think. So is anyone still there? The chat's completely died. No one's saying anything. It's so active. Now everyone's gone for dinner, I guess. I haven't had a comment for like 5 minutes. It really drops off after about 10, 9, 10. Maybe I should just start doing them before I open, and that's it. Alright, so that's just screws for safekeeping on the front. I thought it had a bracket there. Nige is still here. That's good. Thanks, mate. Alright, so those screws just have a lock nut on the front of them, just so when you want to mount them to a rack, they're there ready to rock. Alright, so from memory, these things are kind of built like brick shithouses too. What should I have for lunch, you reckon? Pretty tempting to get a burrito. I've kind of snookered myself by setting my close time on Saturday to 2 PM, because I'm already so hungry by that point that I'll just eat anything. Oh, the new Spoon solo. Solo album. You guys like Spoon, Texan band? Ooh, okay, this isn't as I remember it. It's all surface mount. Ah, so this one's not the same generation as the previous one I had, which was all through hole. Okay, so this may be somewhat less fun. Nothing appears to have gone bang, and the fuse appears to be intact. Alright, let's just see if we can get some signal out of it. Check that there's any DC on the output first. Power settling down to about 20 watts. What have we got on the speaker output? That's those terminals there. It's in bridge mode. Got 1 millivolt. 1 millivolt ain't gonna hurt us. Oh, the sockets are really stiff. Turn master down. Turn effects loop off. It's got a LED for the effects loop, but no switch on the front for the effects loop. Well, the bridge button is recessed. That's probably a good thing. Okay, so the fact that the effects loop LED is lit, but nothing's plugged in, is a curiosity. Could that be all our problem? Just another bad effects loop jack? We got signal. We've got noise too. Ow. Is that my signal generator? I hope not. I think we've got DC on the input somewhere. Warm normal. I think we've got DC on that pot. I'll have to look at the schematic and see if that's by design. Got half a volt. Half a volt potential on that pot. Hear all sorts of weird shit going on there. Crackling and popping and splattering. Seems like it might be a bad op amp. So something funny going on in the preamp end. I'll try and find a schematic for that and go from there. Trying to decide whether to dive into this one now. Just woke your cats, did I? I might put this one aside because the guy said he's not in a hurry for it. I've got another one of these to fix up for myself as well when I find time. Whether I sell it or not. Just pop 2 screws back in. I think I'll need to sit down and frown at the schematic a bit and get that board out, so it might be a bit boring. I'm just going to do some assessments today and just see what's a horror show and what's not, because people want pricing. Get a bag for those screws. going on down in Melbourne, Jay? I think we need to close down that aperture a bit, eh? So you can see my beautiful background light. There it is. Bring the ISO up. Still can't really see it, can you? That's better. Yeah, looks nice. You can see the background now. Hang on, your name's Jay, but you call yourself Jimmy? So J for James? Man, you got like 3 names. That's just being greedy. Can't find the hole. It's nowhere near it. What's going on? Have I got this thing the right way around? Probably not. Nah. Try again. There we go. So after I'm done here today, I'm going to go home with all the things that I've found out. Give some rough pricing estimates. I'm going to respray the back of that Martin because all the surfaces ended up perfect except for the back, which bubbled, even though all the surfaces were all prepared at the same time in the same manner, as is spray painting. I'm going to continue gluing up that Mandalera. Follow us on Facey. The link is down on the video description if you want other stuff that I don't either have time or the inclination to do a video of. I'll throw photos up. Follow us on Instagram as well, because I do lots of little mini updates on there on what's going on in the works, as well as some rants, because who doesn't love a good rant? Jay is one of the Google IDs, Jay on the PC, Jimmy on the Mac. It's a kind of redundancy plan. Work home IDs. Oh yeah. So we'll suss that out a bit later. Just want to keep moving, keep the diagnoses happening. where I can remember to. That one I want to save for a video. I've got another front, man. And popping up out of the ground. Okay, this is another high school one. Oh god. Shit held together with silicon. Alright, so hang on, whose is this one? Right. Okay, the speaker connector's disconnected on this one, so that makes me a bit suspicious that it's got DC on the output. Let's gingerly turn it on. Is there any other way for me to do things than gingerly? 50 millivolt. Not the end of the world. Jim Cox, $10. Thanks, mate. That will almost pay for the batteries that I use every stream on the wireless thing that chews batteries faster than friggin' anything on earth. Good to see you, mate. You just joined us, did you? Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm looking forward to when work's less hectic. When we knock off on a Saturday, we'll crack a beer. But at the moment, I'm going to have to work until friggin'... So if I make it so I knock off at 12, back at midday like I used to, we could have a beer for lunch, and over there it would only be like 9 o'clock. So you suppose would be able to have a beer with me. 9 o'clock on a Friday if you got absolutely nothing better to do than join me. Of course you haven't. Because where else would you be? Nowhere, that's where. Peekaboo. Just got off work. Nice one. You Aussie. You Aussie, Jim? You said cheers. Although everyone says that, I guess. You didn't say, get a dog up here. So, I guess you're not Aussie. Beer is a good idea. Beer is always a good idea. I was going to get some of the non-alcoholic ones I had on Dry July and stash the fridge with them here because they're good to drink through the day. I just love beer. Like, I'm Brett Kavanaugh on that shit. I don't mind if it's alcoholic or not. I just love the taste of hops and malted barley soup served ice cold. West Coast US. Oh, you got the best beers there. West Coast IPAs. Whoop. I just had a West Coast IPA last night, actually. It was Aussie, but, you know, it was a nod to the American style beers. Oh, there's long running jokes about American beer in Australia, so one of them goes drinking American beer is a little bit like having sex in a boat. It's fucking close to order. But this is people that think that Budweiser is American beer. Budweiser's just... It's a marketing product. It's like our VB and our Tui's. I don't know, it seems to sell well, but the people that drink it aren't really like beer enthusiasts or... Alright, so this one looks a little bit better condition than the other. I think he just said it was in for a service, but I spotted some damage on the speaker cables and I thought I better make a note of which one's which. Follow my own advice. EPHS. Serial number. Alrighty then. So, because I've had people constantly calling me asking for their guitars back, so I got stuck into them, and that was several weeks of just working on guitars, and now I've got everyone ringing asking when they're going to get their amps back, so you can never win. It's always just a constant battle. More of a less hops type guy. That's cool. It's a shame you live on the West Coast though. I like wheat beers very much, but a really well done lager is hard to find. We've got a local brewery up here called Brew Mountains, up at Valley Heights. Only like a, I don't know, 15 20 minute drive from here. And he has mastered lagers. They are just fantastic. Fern bloody tastic, as we say. This one must have been a different generation. It's got different knobs. Let's have a Leiston. Oh, hum. Alright, we dropped a filter cap. What have we done? So there's no DC on the output, but there's hum on the output. So, well, we've got nothing attached. Let's do some quick measurements. What the hell is that? Something just landed on my computer. Looks like a piece of cardboard. Weird. Wheat beers are my favourite. Just had to have this logo because I had to buy an 18 pack. You had to buy an 18 pack. Some beer to batter onion rings with one can. Yeah, that's my excuse whenever I make beef and Guinness pie. Yeah, I'm just getting this 6 pack of Guinness so I can get one can to make make the pie with. Pull the other one, champ. Alright, let's check our favourite low voltage supply over here. Oh, she's moving. 44 volts. That is not regulated. Minus 16. Okay, so that's probably... God. Has that just lost connection? Or is the diode... Okay, so there's no... Yeah. So we've got a collapsed DC supply down there. On the input, we've got 44 volts. 44 volts. And AC... We've got 300 millivolts and 35 millivolts. Okay, so when I'm touching it, it's changing. So on the main supply, 30 millivolts. I'm just checking very carefully on the... Oh, you can't see shit, can you? Fuck. Just checking very carefully on the center leg of those transistors. Oh, let's watch the meter as well, eh? So DC 44.5 minus 44.2. On the AC writing on that, we've got 30 millivolts. About 60 millivolts. That's supplied by these caps down there, so they're okay. On this side, we've got 44.5. Oh, come on. Minus 44.2. On this side, we've got minus 16. Minus 44. Now when I move that sideways, now we've got a customer. champion. Oh, I just got a little bit of an offer. Bit of a gamble on my behalf because I don't have my old man's valve tester here, but a bunch of KT88s. They almost look new. I do have a Splawn head here I can test them in for the moment until the old man comes back to town with his valve tester. I've got to get a maxi matcher or something because it would be good to just quickly test a bunch of valves at reasonably high plate voltages. So I'm going to piss off. I'm going to grab something to eat, champions, because I'm hungry as shit. Sorry, it's been a bit hodgepodge again. I think I should just cut them off at 9 o'clock, 9:30 when I open the store regardless, because chopping up the stream does take a fair bit of momentum out of it. But this one, essentially, it's got a low voltage problem, typical, so we'll fix that up and just give the everything else an inspection and give the pots a clean, that kind of thing. Check this jack as well, but there's a bit of impact damage there as well, which we'll see if we can straighten out. But yeah, same old thing. Time for a burrito, Jim. I should go tacos one day though, but they just explode when I eat them, unless you get the soft ones, in which case you may as well have got a burrito because it's already enclosed. But anyway, thanks for watching, legends. Thank you for the donations, Jim. And who else? There was another one, but it's gone away now. So I'll maybe see you next week. We'll see how we go. Probably will need to... What date is it? 26th. Yeah, so next week we might not have seen the flurry of new stuff coming in just yet, because I told everyone to start bringing stuff on the 4th, because we shut down towards the... Well, open for about a week, maybe a week and a half every start of every month, and then we shut. That's the only way I'm sort of keeping it sane. But we should have some nice stuff to inspect maybe the week after that, so I'll just play catch up between now and then. So thanks for joining us, legends. Subscribe to Dr. Gear. He's got some interesting stuff coming up with the Sun brand. Well, you're probably here because of Lyle, so you're already subscribed to him. But if not, subscribe to Psionic Audio. All the good boys, sign up to Jace at Head First. And share the love around, legends. Share the channel. Join our socials. Whenever I don't have time to do videos, I try to at least regularly put some photos up with some stories and stuff behind it. So take it easy, legends. I'm going to go have something to eat and buy some secondhand, probably tubes, and hope I don't get ripped off. See you later.